Racism, where we wrestle with racism every single day of our lives. If you are not subscribed, check out the other content. And if it hits you to the core, subscribe and share it with every American Negro that you know, whether they are a wrestling fan or not. This will be the first program of 2025. And it is my very first is Rasslin With Racism, very first movie review. And the movie that's being chosen today is something that we've talked about on previous programs, and we're finally going to do it today in depth. Bamboozled. It's a Spike Lee joint starring Damon Wayans, Jada Pinkett Smith, Savion Glover, and Tommy Davidson. There's practically an all-star cast, but we're gonna get into other people that's in this cast as we go along. Um, Also, check out the series Message to the Grassroots, which is going to be very important as we head into the new Project 2025. When you are frightened and confused, which way will you choose? And that will be laid out when I do my very first speech, America Prevents, which was supposed to take place today, but is not. And there's certain reasons as to why I'm holding off, and it's probably going to be a couple of months. Um, I kind of want to see where this administration is going, since there's a lot of different aspects being thrown in it now that wasn't foreseeable before the election. So I'm gonna hold off on that real quick. It's a couple of things that threw me off, even on my local politics. Um, but I'm gonna get started. And I know this is probably gonna catch some copyright strikes. What am I supposed to say on some type of shit like this, Negro? If it's educational purposes,
This is a disclaimer. One is a disclaimer. This is for educational purpose only. It's for us to educate about what is blackface and the effects of genocidal behavior and minstrel face that goes on in Negro American communities. This is a learning space in regards to the response of a movie review to the movie Bamboozle, Spike Lee joint.
Thank you. All right. With that being said, we are going to get started right now. In 1492, you came upon these shores, 700 years educated by the Moors. 17th century, genocide and the gun. Middle passage blessed to market the Africans in the so-called lands of God. My kind would treat
Satire, 1A. A literary work in which human vice or folly is ridiculed or attacked scornfully. B. The branch of literature that composes such work. 2. Irony, derision, or caustic wit used to attack or expose folly, vice, or stupidity. Bonjour. My name is Pierre Delacroix. I am a television writer, a creative person. I'm one of those people responsible for what you view on your idiot box. The problem is, not enough of you have been watching out there in television land. With the onslaught of the internet, video, and interactive games, 900 channels to choose from, our valued audience has dramatically eroded. Put it in much simpler terms, like rats fleeing from a sinking ship. People are tuning out by the millions, which, needless to say, is bad for business. Misrepresented people. Yes, we have been misrepresented people. Get it. Get it. You gonna dance, you don't eat. You slow, we blow. Snooze, we lose. Come on, get up. I'm gonna need y'all to bear with me because
because I'm going to play the first, let's say 5 to 7 minutes of the movie, because that's going to introduce all of the pivotal characters, and it'll help y'all follow along with what we're going to talk about. So just bear with me. Oh shit, it messed up. Okay, I apologize about that. I shouldn't have touched it.
Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him. Let me count him up. Wind it up, baby. Wind it up. Now, before you go, don't forget to give us that cheese, MONE. Why? Because we broke. What's up? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, Sling Blade. Thank you. Great. There you go. Bless you from the bottom of your heart, baby. Bless you. Dayla. Hey! It's the Dayla man. There you go with the suits again. I like that. I like that. Good morning, Walmack. What's happening, man? Looks like you're going to an exorcist, man. I like the suit, though. Yes. Pretty nice. Thank you. Hey, man, why don't you help me and Man Ray out, man? I mean, we out here trying to get some work. You work for the network. I mean, what's up? I'll work on something. You know, Sloan says you're too talented to be out here dancing in the street. Well, what? Why don't you tell Sloan come see me? I'll do that. Good day, gentlemen. I'll do that. What is he, a damn magician? Help us out. You work for one of the biggest networks in the country, man. So somebody put a 10 up in there. Check it. Woo, here we go. And you three for me. I'm the brain. Tell the boy. Yeah. You have a grand day. Good morning, Steve. Hello, Margaret. Bartholomew. Kip. Hey, Jana. 18 to 49-year-old audience. You understand? It's pretty. Monsieur Delacroix. Hello. Morning. This very important staff meeting commenced exactly 32 minutes ago. My apologies around the room for my... Do you have any idea how much information can be dispensed in 1 minute alone? Sir, had I been informed of this very important staff meeting, I would have canceled my Pilates session this morning. However, I did not find out about it. You're telling me that everyone in the room knew about this little get-together except for you? Marie said that... People, you can attempt to pull a Rodman like our friend Delacroix, but I guarantee you'll be sent packing just like him. These are the ratings, people. Read them and weep. As you can plainly see, the continental network system is languishing. Look at them, people. Look at them very closely. We are booty, caca. We are doodoo. I don't like to be the laughing stock of the entire broadcast industry. And I don't like to have these pricks who call themselves my bosses breathing down my back. It makes me sweat. These numbers are totally unacceptable. These numbers have to go up. Question. So what do you want us to do? Dumbass question. What I want you to do is to write some material that is funny. The material that you've been writing is about as funny as a dead baby. It's not dope. It's not new. It's not sexy. It sucks. Thank you, Fish. It sucks. Look, this meeting is over. But I want you to think about what I just said and how you can deliver. Otherwise, I promise you things are going to start getting very grim around here. Monsieur Delacroix, can I see you in my office now, please? Yes. See that you're all stretched out and shit. Oh, why didn't I know about this very important staff? Nobody sent me an email. I didn't have a memo. Nothing. You, I don't know about these things. Well, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't my fault. I was embarrassed. Hey, Chucky. Um, but if I don't know, but if I don't know, how are you gonna know? You know what? It's unacceptable, and it better never happen again. Do you know what CP time is? CP time. CP time is colored people's time. The stereotypical belief that Negroes are always late, that Negroes have no sense of time, except when it comes to music or dance, then you can set your watch to them. I'm sorry about my blow up. Hey, it's okay, I understand. Listen, let's sit down. Look, I know You're the most creative person I've got on staff. I mean, you're hip. You know what's happening. I got a bunch of pasty ass white boys and girls writing for me. You know what I mean? I grew up around black people my whole life. I mean, if the truth be told, I probably know niggas better than you. And don't go getting offended by my use of the quote unquote N word. I have a black wife and two biracial kids, so I feel I have a right. I don't give a goddamn what that prick Spike Lee says. Tarantino was right. Nigger is just the word. If old dirty bastard could use it every other word, why can't I?
Well, I would prefer if you did not use that word in my presence.
Oh, really? Back then it was all nigger, 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 nigger. Whitey. The material you've been writing for me, it's too white bread. It's white people with black faces. The Huxtables, Cosby, a genius, revolutionary. Theo, Lisa Bonet, Del. But we can't go down that road again.
I disagree. The Negro middle class does exist, and it's fertile ground for a dramatic series or even a sitcom.
Look at this stuff I'm having to read. A black family moves into a white middle class suburban enclave. This is shit. A black girl is adopted by some chink American family.
They were Polynesian.
Yeah. A black headmaster is hired at some old money, crusty Eastern boarding school. Garbage. It's too clean. It's too antiseptic. It's too white. De La Croix. Wake up, brother man. The reason why these shows didn't get picked up is because nobody, and I mean no motherfucking body, niggas and crackers alike wants to see that junk. People want to be entertained.
The reason why it didn't get picked up is because no one gave it a chance.
Really? No one gave them a chance? You got your head stuck so far up your ass with your Harvard education and your bullshit, pretentious puppy ways? Brother man, I'm blacker than you. I'm keeping it real. I'm about it. I got the road. You're just fronting trying to be white.
I'm an Oreo.
Yeah.
A sellout.
Yeah.
Because I don't aspire to do some homeboys from outer space, the secret diary of Desmond Piper. Or, as you may put it, some nigger show. Is that what you think?
Yes, that's exactly what I think. You and I know that black people set the trends, set the style. This is a golden opportunity for CNS, but these idiots have to be led to the water. We could do this together. I want a show that will make headlines. I want millions and millions of viewers tuned and glued to their fucking televisions every week saying, did you see what the fuck they were doing on CNS last night? I want advertisers sucking my dick to buy on this show. You understand? And I'm gonna squeeze it out of you if it kills you. Peep this. I'll give you $1,000 if you can name who the fuck number 24 is right there.
You think I don't know?
Yeah, who is it?
That would be,
Yeah. Who is it? I'm saying like this. One day, soon, man, I'm trying to live in a fat crib.
All right, so that was the basis of it. Let me set the scene real quick. Um, and before I do, Mike, welcome. Um, this is the very
Yeah,
beginning, so you're not really missing out on much. You good?
yeah, I'm good.
All right. Um, I know you getting close. Deportation 2025. We always know it, you know.
Yeah, right.
Uh, but in the meantime, let me set the scene. You started off with Pierre Delacroix explaining pretty much the basis of the movie. So I hope that y'all got that. Because it just blew me right now. Negro, do you remember what the fuck he said?
I'm gonna squeeze it out of you, even if it kills you.
No, because
Mm.
he
No, 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 no,
did.
no, no. But I might be forecasting, but you get where I'm going at, right?
Go
I'm
ahead.
talking about the white man saying that
No,
to
don't
the main character.
forecast it yet. Let me just go ahead. It's you got the two guys. You got Man Ray and God, I forgot Tommy Davis's name, but that was basically played by Savion Glover, the greatest tap dancer of shit. How many generations? um, and Tommy Davidson, who were two pretty much homeless guys, and they were out dancing for money. Savion Glover is the dancer, and Tommy Davidson's the guy that pretty much look out for him, protect him, and they kind of hustle together. Um,
Older brother.
and huh?
He's like the older brother.
Yeah, yeah. And so they were outside the TV station, which the TV station is CNS, and they were outside the TV station, and they had a crowd of people giving them change and giving them, money and stuff. And when they was packing up, Pierre Delacroix, who is Damon Wayans, um, how do you describe him? He's how would you describe Pierre Delacroix, Negro?
He's some of these Negroes that I engage with on the college campuses, right? Who is selling out to white people intellectually, right? And they have no self esteem about themselves, and they have been beaten down by the system to the point that they are break. I'll even throw my stepdad in this equation. Intelligent black men, Negro men, who are abused by the system to the point that they break and they cave into the demands of white supremacy. Does that hit that on the head?
Yes, but let's start keeping in context real quick. And yes, you did hit it on the head. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna give a different view of Pierre Delacroix as we move along, and I got this from his father. So, um, we're gonna get on his father. That'll be coming up real soon. It goes on to Delacroix. They know this guy. I guess they see him coming through the door every day. And you're like, man, look, you the man in here. Why don't you give us the chance? And the guy said Sloan, who is his secretary, Jada Pickett Smith, said that you are a talented guy. We'll try to figure something out in the future. Just, I don't have nothing for you right now. And he goes into the meeting. It's a creative writing meeting as to where he is the only American Negro in that meeting. Everyone else is white. Coincidentally, he was the only one that showed up late. Um, as Michael Rappaport, I forget his name, but Michael Rappaport was the white guy. He was the boss. He's the head of everything. Let me get this cut up out of here. He's the head of everything. He's pretty much explaining to the crew like our ratings is down, no one is watching TV. And mind you, this movie was made in 2000, so this was the beginning of the decline of television. Okay, and this is very important when you look at the fact that the 2000s, the early to mid 2000s, was the beginning of what we see as ratchetness on with these reality shows. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Uh, and that's was the decline of the TV, but reality shows kind of extended television life for about a decade, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh,
also, you got to keep in mind, Spike Lee was jabbing at CBS at that time. I don't think we are aware as a community that CBS was making their bones off of black shows. And I was googling to see he had it one letter off, so but he was signaling CBS
you
saying that they
sure it was
used
CBS because that was the UPN at that time, and Fox
no,
owned
no, no,
everything.
no, CPS too. I just looked it up. I could run through a list of a couple of shows right now
Yeah,
for you.
do that for me. I can't think of
One
no
is
CBS
Parent.
shows.
Yeah, one is Parenthood, 101, Half and Half,
No, wait,
All of Us.
hold on, wait a minute. That's UPN and that's WB. That's what I thought. That's
Ah,
UPN and that's WB. And he was taking a jab at them because Fox started off catering to black people with Rock, Martin, In Living Color. I give credit to Married with Children. Those were the four, and The Simpsons. Those were the five core uh, shows that kicked off Fox. And I think Living Single was on there, so they had a black first start off. And then in the mid 2000s, I'm sorry, in the mid 90s, you had WB, which came out with a ton of them. Parenthood, Wayne Head, um, um, what the hell was that show called? See, I wasn't even thinking about getting into WB right quick. Start naming shows
did
for
they
me
have
right quick.
Smart Guy?
Um,
What was that
yeah, they
song?
had Smart Guy, they had the Wayans brothers, they had it's funny how Fox and WB kind of started off with Dwayne's. Go ahead, owner.
So did any of you guys note that Pierre is using a pseudonym His real name isn't Delacroix.
We're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah,
get to that. We're gonna get
yeah.
to that. We're gonna stick in order.
All right.
Yeah, no, we're gonna stick in order. And like I said, I kind of jumped ahead a little bit with his father, but we're gonna stick in order. All right, quick. Um, Delacroix is, I believe, what OJ was trying to say. I'm not black. I'm not white. I'm just OJ. This is the mindset that he probably wanted to go to. He found himself getting educated and getting doing well in the career that he chose to go with, and he didn't want to be looked as black and looked as white. Because if you look at this conversation that he had with Michael Rappaport, which is very important, the personal conversation that they had. First, Michael Rappaport trying to show you, like, I'm more in tune with your culture than you are. He didn't even necessarily say I'm more in tune with your culture than you are. He damn near said I am what you supposed to be. I am what you are supposed to be. He feel like it's justified by him having a black wife and mixed children. That's going to be his justification. Not to mention what he know of. He pointed out a key figure. Delacroix couldn't even recognize him. So Delacroix is out of touch with um, his culture, it seems. But Michael Rappaport chose to use that against him. Um, You could
Well, he,
feel him
well,
raging
he,
inside because they gave a little scene to where Damon Wayans kind of smacked him up a little bit. If y'all remember, just so in case y'all want a visual, if you remember back on in the Malcolm X movie when he was on the train and he was serving the guy the shit and the white guy said some bullshit and Malcolm kind of smashed the cake in his face. Uh,
Yep.
but in reality, that didn't happen. That was just expressing his inner feelings. So you could tell that Delacroix was getting enraged about him being ran down in that instance, but he didn't have a comeback. Go ahead, Negro.
yeah. Sorry to cut you off in the middle of that build. But yeah, one of the things that I know notices that because he went to Harvard and some of these schools, it ripped the intellectual soul out of that black man, that Negro man. I see this all the time in grad school in various forms of education, where the Negro students, where the
I'm
Negro
sorry. Go
student,
ahead.
yeah, there's no problem. The Negro students are told that what you're speaking of is not of value. What you're talking about in your lived experience, it doesn't matter because it's not what white people value. You write down what white people want to hear. You write down what white people want to see. That's the reason why I post my papers on LinkedIn, to let you know that you can write about your people, you can get those grades, and you can support and advocate from your community from an academia perspective. Just make sure your stuff is cited to the point that they can't come at you. And I've noticed I've been down that rabbit hole myself, where I've even wanted to drop out of college, undergrad study, because of how these teachers mold the mind. It's almost the Malcolm X saying, where the teacher jams a pencil into the mind of the students to tell them to write what they want to see. That is the most painful experience that any intellectual has to go through.
I'm sorry. Somebody else go right quick. I'm just checking one thing. Go ahead.
Do you want me to keep? I can keep going. So this is what I was talking about by the destruction of the Negro intellectual, right? This is how you mold and shape the coon. This is how you mold and shape the anti-intellectual that's against the plight of our people, right? We talk about the HBCUs, right? How they can produce a Kamala Harris, how they produce some of these people that have ran for office that have been a detriment to our people, right? So this is you got to look at these college institutions, no matter if it's a WPI or a HBCU, that this is like a weenie factory of a product that they want to produce to be in society and how they're going to move. And if they don't act in a certain way, we got to keep in mind that we have college debts on our head. So we're thinking that we're going to come out and get these jobs, and the only way you can get these jobs is by being a certified sell out. The more that the person does not sell out and resist against the system, the more that they use that intellectual debt that you acquired at these college as an albatross around your neck. So you will never advance in society. You'll never get the things that you so desired due to the fact of discrimination, white supremacy, and all these other things. Especially if you're an outspoken intellectual on these type of things, you will be demonized from these type of educational environments.
So now here's the thing, though, and I mean, if this is how do you do that? Like, you first of all, would you suggest that no one go to these schools? How could you? American Negroes will just want to be fucking people. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, we still just want to be people. You know what I'm saying? And when you get put in these positions, you want to move forward. You got a vision there where you want to go, but you do got these roadblocks if you do choose to be black. You know what I'm saying? Despite your intellectuals, you can't you got to restrict yourself, especially in an institution like Harvard. What do you do with that? Like, that could drive a motherfucker crazy to the point to where they kill themselves, right?
Yeah,
Go ahead, Negro.
yeah, I've experienced certain situations like that. I still fight. I still fight regardless. I don't give a damn if they flunk me out of the school, and I know that they can't.
Now,
I know that
everyone
they
won't have that. Everyone won't have that mentality, especially when
then
the
that
fact of it,
education
people
then that
got visions
education
for their career on top of maybe developing a family. They may have a family. Go ahead.
then that educational environment is not for you. Respectfully, and it's not shot or diss. I hate going to the educational environment with sellouts. I like to be around other intellectuals that's going to be on par and that's going to advocate for our people, right? And if they're not doing that, then pick up a trade school, pick up something. Not
So check this
everybody.
out. I want you to notice. I want you to notice that De La Croix, like I said, he was the only American Negro on the writing staff, and then there was about 15 people sitting at that desk, sitting at that table, and De La Croix did create shows, but it was more Cosby esque. It was middle class families. It was middle class situations. It was middle class sitcoms um, that wasn't popular and they flopped. And this is what he, was telling him about. Um, can we tell those experiences on television? The Cosby Show is everybody's go-to. The Parenthood is a junior version of that. You know what I'm saying? Can that get over with us? Is that a problem that we have? We're not tuning in to watch that because if the ratings is tanking, Moesha wasn't watched by white folk. The Parkers weren't watched by white folk. Where did those ratings come from? They came from us. But if they got these types of programs in which Michael Rappaport was describing, obviously we're not watching that. Is that a problem on our end?
It might be a twofold. We can't blame the creator for building a crappy product, right? And especially if they don't have the right hit, if the sitcom is disconnected from our community, right? The reason why
Are you familiar with Damon Wayans Senior and Junior current show Papa's House? That's on CBS right now.
I don't watch, I'm like Elder Hootie Boycott. I don't watch TV, my guy.
I feel you, but they got one, and it's a middle class family. It's one of these programs that he was talking about right now.
I got to check that one out.
I mean,
Yeah,
My Wife and Kids was my favorite show growing up.
Yep.
and
Love that.
that he pulled that off perfectly. You know what I'm saying? They was just as funny, and they was just as acceptable, but they cut the show off instantly when apparently the boy had that. They trying to use the excuse that the boy had the baby, but you could look at Seventh Heaventh and all this other different white 90210 and shit, and they don't have no issues with them touching no issues of drugs and sex and all this other different shit. Junior wasn't a bad father. They my wife and kids actually showed a teenage uh, two teenagers having a child and working well with each other with both parents. not even having to help out as much beyond housing. Junior had his own job and still in school, and she had her own job and still in school. They were doing for their job. They used that as an excuse to turn it off. That him having that child did not make it less funny. You know what I'm saying? Um, let's move on to this part because this made De La Croix really think about what he said. They need something. They need a big hit, and they recognize that these middle class shows that he's producing isn't working. He's also recognized, but here's the thing: he didn't take accountability for what the whites are putting out either. I noticed that. And it's funny that he went directly to De La Croix. It's like he's solely depending on De La Croix to come up with something outside of the box to put them over their hump. Also, one more thing I want to note real quick is he was talking about his bosses is breathing down his neck. I guarantee you that he don't talk to his bosses in our cultural sense. You know what I'm saying? I bet you he's not black then. And they never showed him talking to the bosses, but he did say that the bosses was breathing down his neck, which means that his life, I'm sorry, which means that his job was on the line. And obviously, with the position that he had, if that's his job, that's his life. Um, um, and he didn't want to use that, so he went to the Negro to fix his problem. Go ahead, Negro.
There's this book that reminds me. It was How to Sell to the Negro, I think, and there was another one where they specifically is how to get or how to. It was something. It was by the NOI. It's one of the NOI books. I'll post it when I get a chance. But they talk about how these businesses and corporations abuse the Negro people, the black people that are at these jobs, right? That they'll steal their patents, they steal their creativity, and they do these things with the sole purpose of extracting the wealth and the intellectual property out of these people, just so that the white higher ups or the white anchormen or wherever you want to call them, the chairmen of these corporations are making hand over foot in the money, while the Negro person, as soon as they get rid of them, get what they want from them, they discard them and throw them out to trash. Like they say, they're the last ones to get hired and the first ones to get fired. So that's what it comes to me that he eloquently put in the film. And it kind of hit home because being a Negro who has several degrees, being having doors shut on my face because they see what the things that I advocate for, they're not going to try to employ a guy like me because I created an organization on behalf of my community and lineage. So I'm taking a hit as a Negro person because I came to the conclusion that these people are not going to play fair, that these people are not going to support my community. And being in a position and having this type of knowledge, it's my job and my responsibility to create these type of institutions for my community, win, lose, or draw. Not too many Negroes and black people in our society is going to take that risk. That is very, very risky business. So that's
Well,
one of the things I
you
do
would
want to
think
highlight.
you would think with the lack of American Negroes that's in key positions, with the lack of American Negroes that in key positions, that maybe a lot did take that risk and lost.
No, 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 no. Going further and integrating in the system and creating your own system are two different things. And this is what I'm talking about, the greatest risk of all, saying, F this system that has abused and battered my people. Let me build something solely for my people and move on. That is a whole different mindset.
Kobe Bryant was working his way out of Nike to create his own shoe brand on the level of Nike itself. Um, Case in point, the Jordan brand is under Nike. He doesn't own Jordan. He's still getting paid. It's a large percentage, but he still worked for Nike essentially. LeBron James got a lifetime contract with Nike. Kobe was working his way out of that. He was gonna let his shit lapse out. You know what I'm saying? And
Well, you
on
got
top of that,
Shaq.
I believe it's nothing confirmed, but I believe that he wanted to create his own league, maybe women's league or whatever. But he wanted to create his own league. At 41, he's dead.
Can
You
I
know
give
what
an
I'm saying?
example? Can I give an example of an athlete that kind of took the risk and didn't get any of the rewards? Will be Shaquille O'Neal when he created his own shoe brand, his own factory,
Mm-hmm.
and he was trying to get shoes that were affordable for his people. See, I had the first Shaquille O'Neal shoes, the black and
Yeah.
white zebra stripes, some ugly piece of shit shoes, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I saw that this man was at least trying to say, hey, our people don't have shoes that's made by us for us and meant for us all the way to the core. And we didn't back Shaquille O'Neal on that. We
But that's what
criticized
I
him.
was saying about
You
daylight.
get what
That's
I'm
what I
saying?
was saying about daylight. Quad. How much of a factor do you believe that's on us?
I'm gonna
I
say that
remember
again.
this. I remember when the Shaq shoes first came out. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't entertain it. Matter of fact, I would laugh at a Negro if I seen him with it. That was my mindset as a 15-year-old kid. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that it's a combination of both. Like I said, one, he's not creating a good product, and we're not, as customers, willing to buy into the product with the intentions of that it will improve over time. Right? There's no and this is what it comes down to business. What that I'm seeing that there is not a relationship between the customers as well as the owner that's creating these products where there's a meaningful relationship and a partnership that's acceptable, right? That they're not going to separate. Soon
They
as
was
we
selling them shits at Walmart. It was visible.
no, but with the point that I was getting at is that he didn't have commercial for his shoes. He wasn't really per se outreaching on that level with his shoes.
Oh, we knew that it was
But
available.
we knew that they were available. But you dig what like you get the Shaq special like, but this is what
Yeah.
but I'm talking about just in business in general, from a business perspective that we do not as a people are willing to invest in the Negro or invest in our black business infrastructure until it improves. We
But why
need
do you believe that we have? Why do you believe that's the case?
because we're some of us are anti-black to a core, meaning that we're willing to spend our money with oppressors and people who treat us poorly and then complain about it. But when the Negro might mess up and didn't put enough ice in your damn ice cubes in your drink, now we want to say, I'm not going to this
What
black
about the
business anymore.
subconscious? What about the person that's not aware? I'm 15, and like I said, my it was in my nature, and I want that shit. Not knowing of what would happen if I were to buy these shoes. You know the progression that it would be if I was to start up of purchase having my mother purchase these products.
That was up
Or,
to the
I had money at that time. Purchase them. She made me buy my own shit anyway. Purchase those products. You know what I'm saying? I bought fake forces. We was talking about that shit. I could buy fake forces $20 a week. 20 $30 a week. You know what I'm saying? Brand new fake forces. Go ahead, boycott.
Okay, I have I was moving around a little bit while y'all was talking earlier, but I caught a little bit of what the Negro said, and I have an entrepreneur mindset. Um, it's passed down in the DNA. Me and my brothers and sisters, we had different ventures that we used to help bring in income. We would collect bottles and cans and cardboard, and that was our hustle. We were little kids. We ran around the neighborhood and we collected those bottles and those cans and cardboard, and we made some money. And then my
Mm-hmm.
brother that passed, I used to tag behind him, and he was a lawn care person long before cutting yard and raking yards was popular. We get it from my mother, and I think we get it from our DNA family tree. So I learned I was an entrepreneur in 11th grade. I had to do a book report, and I stumbled upon the entrepreneur word. And I said, lo and behold, oh yeah, and we had a little candy store at the end of our driveway. So when I listened to the Negro and I think you're trying to bring out a point about this man name. I can't pronounce it, but
De
I'm
La
trying
Croix.
to say again.
De La Croix. It's a fake
I
French
won't even
name
get
that
it.
he
It'll
came up
tongue
with.
tie me, but if I
I
can
know.
hear you pronounce it, I'll try to keep it in my head.
I
But I'm
got you.
trying to
Just
listen to what
Damon
you're
Wayans. Just
saying.
say Damon Wayans.
De La Wayne. Okay, thank
Damon
you.
Wayans. Just
Damon
call him by.
Wayne.
Yep, his real name, Damon Wayans. That's the character that he was
Okay,
playing.
yeah, I know Damon Wayne. I grew up with him. So
Right.
yeah, he was. I like
That's
the
who
Damon
playing
Wayne.
that
I
guy.
like the Wayne brothers.
Yep.
I remember them when I did watch TV.
Yes.
Yeah, they really hit home. But listening to the Negro and you saying that how you felt about the sneaker, and that made sense. You were 15 years old, and just because a Negro makes a product doesn't mean that it's going to be liked. Hopefully, it will. But when you're gonna have to be honest because you're gonna put your money out. And so when the Negro, I don't really feel that it's so much anti-Negro or anti-black that has kind of shifted the mindset to say I'm going to buy this product because it's made by a Negro or a Black American. Uh, I would say it's attributed to when they tore down and burnt down Wall Street and our people. The mindset of different persons back then, they was under a lot of hostility, a very hostile environment, and for a very long time they were shut out. And just imagine what that does to your mental capacity to know that you are shut out of everything. And then one day the gate is open and you get to shop from the very people who called you a nigger. I didn't like that word, but they let you in the gate. They're going to let you sit at the table and eat at their restaurant. And now you're going to be able to buy their products and you're going to feel
Hmm.
important. You're going to feel important maybe. So I don't really jump to the mindset that folks are anti-Negro or anti-Black. We all have had a job done on us mentally. Mentally, we can't even begin to try to measure the impact of that
Generally,
environment to what could have prevented them from wanting to support and coming forward to the present. It's still being lingering effects of those persons who went through that time period. Those lingering effects are still in each of us today. So I think that has a lot to do with it in all facets of our daily life, all nine activities. I hope that makes sense. I think
it make perfect
a
Can
sense.
lot of
I
Cause
can I
mental.
respond to that?
hold on, Negro. Hold on, Negro. Generally, it makes perfect sense. Generally, and it's messed up in our community that generally a lot of us don't wake up until we hit the real world, until we go out to school or expand ourselves into the real world, the workforce, trying to develop a family, trying to develop a home. And that could be within your mid 20s and your early 30s. And hell, some people don't get it to their 40s or 50s and shit. You know what I'm saying? And that's unfortunate. The generation is lost. A generation or two is lost. Because at the same time, a lot of people feel like they don't want. And Negro, I want you to know that I'm just speaking from a basic experience, okay? Not talking about from my experience, none of that stuff, but we got to be broad with all this shit. Um, a generation or two is lost. I always figure, look, some people don't want to raise their children with a chip on their shoulder. That's the first thing. That's how I feel like a lot of people think. We want you, just like De La Croix, we want you to go out in the world and be the best that you could be. And they could try to tell them, hey, be aware of this, that, and the other. A lot of people's kids still don't fucking see it. When I tell my kids certain things about white folk, they go to school with and the white kids show them different. They go out in the public and the white kids show them different. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to deal with this shit because they're not being hindered from these powerless white children, or they not experiencing what these white teachers or whatnot is not necessarily in their favor. You know what I'm saying? Because they're always going to give them their seat to the table. They're always going to be nice and kind to them. But when they get out into the real world and try to make moves for themselves, that's when they're gonna find that roadblock. And by that point, do you feel like it's too late? At that point, people will fight for a lifetime. Go ahead, Negro, and then we're gonna go to chat. Then we gotta hurry up and move on.
Okay, the reason why I say that they're anti-black, I'll give an example from a historical lens. It's you can come in, it's the Negro Leagues, right? We had a league of our own. We were operating and making money. As soon as we had the opportunity to see that the white man's ice was colder, we were gone, and we destroyed the economy that undergirded our community, which made us weak. We had our own entertainment. We had our own thing that was going on, and I would say that we sold out. Instead of looking at, I think Jackie Robinson as a cancer and a pariah in our community with this mindset and this ideology, we look at him as a hero because white people make him look as a hero. And this is kind of a microcosm of what I'm talking about business. Instead of us keep improving and keeping building and keep building, we let the
Do
dream
you
die.
think that, not to cut you off, but
Yeah.
just to stay in context right quick, do you believe that people looked at Jackie Robinson and seen the money and seen the fame and realized that they wasn't getting that in the Negro Leagues and felt like, hey, fuck it.
We were getting the fame. We were famous amongst our own people. What's wrong with having see the thing? See,
The money is key
but the
though.
thing is, the money will come in due time. The thing is, we were safe at the stadium. We didn't have to worry about people trying to harm us. Now you go to the stadium nowadays, you got a white supremacist that will take your head off. You got white people that will shoot up the whole stadium. All right, we didn't have to worry about that when it was just us watching our stars and our people. The white person saw the value and say, "Hey, I can exploit that. I can make billions of dollars off that man's back." That's what he saw. We saw something different. That's the point I'm getting at.
Boycott.
Well, yeah, I kind of understand what you're pointing out, the Negro, and me saying it, me stating that it can't just be wrapped into one bow of anti-Negro or anti-Black. I try to look at
Yeah, I was
I try to
saying
look
that.
at the
I'm still saying that. Like, because they got blinded, they got hypnotized by what, what they
yeah,
wanted all along was to be in a society.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
that's what I gather from your earlier comments, that we have it's
It's a
broad, like the
fucked up
host
thing.
said. It's a lot broader. It's layers and layers and layers of this mental damage that it did to us. We were rejected up until integration. We were rejected. We were not seen as a human being. And when you talk about Jackie Robinson and his career and how it unfolded, he was the first Negro to be accepted into the enemy's league.
Yep.
And when I watched I watched that movie about the Satchel Paige, and I watched it a couple times, and I really enjoyed that movie. And they will talk about hopefully making it to the league, making it to the majors of the I don't like to use that word white, but the white league. And they will talk about that in that movie and how they look forward to it. But you are correct too. We were safer, but we were safer separate. But during that time period, they were thinking about having protection and being accepted. They were more maybe in a mind frame of how do we get accepted, and let that include protection. When we're separate, they are still attacking us, but they thinking in their head, well, if we get integrated, will that help give us more protection day to day, or and then we will feel accepted. I don't know. Like
I
the
still
host
believe
said,
that
I
money
wasn't
is a
raised.
I still believe that
I'm gonna
money
say
is
this
a
last
earning
thing.
power is a major factor as well
I
in
wasn't
their
raised
thought
like the
process.
host, like the host said. My upbringing prepared me for the environment. So I didn't walk out the door at 7 years old or 8 years old not knowing that I was in a racist world. Not every child has that foundation, but I had it. And those of us who have it, we move different. We operate different. We can see the red flags. I'm gonna turn it back over to the host.
Oh, can I comment on that? The point that I meant by is that we have anti-blackness in the business sector is that I'll use the turkey leg hut, right? You had a woman who shows up there butt naked to devalue his business and disrespected him when he told him that this is a black family establishment. You have people that will spread negative rumors about a black business with the intentions to harm the value of these business. That's what I'm getting at here, by that we're in an era now where we have the right to choose, and then you have people that will choose an Asian hair salon at the expense of a black woman, knowing that these Asian people are weaponize this money against us. That's what I'm talking about here. And that's what I mean by anti-blackness to the core, anti-negro to the core, because we have a right to choose and we still choose wrong as a collective. That's what I'm talking about.
Real quick, all right, we got to get ready to move on. I still got to get out of here, but we need to take this time. At the same time, we need to still tighten it up. Real quick, Mike, what was that? Was that did you see that, Mike? Deportation. You there? All right, he popped up on another page. I didn't know if that was his other page or if somebody was doing a parody or something. But apparently, he's not here right now. Chad, go ahead.
Oh shoot, nothing, man. I'm late to the sauce, bro. I just got to the house.
Yeah, y'all about to start getting fined for that shit too.
I would have paid it. I would have paid it. It
No,
was
you're
some
going to pay
BS.
it. Trust me, because you're
Yeah,
going to be late
yeah,
again.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I was being sabotaged by my Uber driver, but
all y'all
I don't even want.
Negroes was late. By the way, these are the new co-hosts of Rasslin With Racism, Deportation 2025, the Bearded 1305, and the owner of a stolen gun. This is the core piece to Rasslin With Racism as we move forward in 2025. Um, So we still at the beginning. We still at the very, very, very beginning, and we got to get ready to move on right quick. So this made Pierre Delacroix, uh, Damon Wayans, think real hard. What can he do? And he was sitting in front of his TV set, and he got a label over it, the idiot box, feed the idiot box. He was thinking really hard on the next direction that he could go. Well, one of the things that I neglected to say in his opening monologue was he said they are facing competition from 900 channels. This is what television is elevated to. Um, as to where you got 900 variations of things that you can watch at one time. So, what are you going to do to make yourself stand out above the 900 channels that's out there of various different topics? So, he was sitting there. Thinking hard, trying to figure it out. And Sloan, Jada Pickett Smith, his secretary, was doing the same thing. And it's like they came up with it at the same time. It was right in front of their face. They're gonna go with the two dancers. I'm sorry, not two dancers. They're gonna go with Savion Glover and who was the dancer, and Tommy Davis, and his older brother. Go ahead, Negro,
I beg to
real quick.
differ that it wasn't the idiot box. He was talking about YouTube. He was talking about black people that were on social media platforms that are competing
Uh,
against the
uh,
society.
um, Negro.
Yeah,
This was made in 2000.
yeah, and at that time frame, Facebook was invented. You got to keep on. MySpace was at that time frame. So yes, they were
Mhm.
projecting the. These guys see the future. They have
I
future.
don't have time for this, but I promise you it was not in 2000. But I'll break that down to you later. Just trust me when I tell you. He talking about television. Trust me. And like I said, over the television it was feed the idiot box because he works for television. He doesn't work for social media. Um, so he thought about this concept, and so I'm gonna play this clip right here of when he came with Sloan and when he started talking to the guys on what they are going to do. Mind you, and this is speaking of what we're talking about now. These two guys were sleeping in a abandoned building. And matter of fact, at this time they were ousted out of that abandoned building. The police came and got all the homeless people out of there. So you talking about two people that's living off of this change that they're making on the street by him dancing. and doing whatever other hustles they may do. They haven't said anything. These guys are not involved in drugs. They're just trying to live for the day. So we're gonna go on to that as we move forward. But again, there's situations like that that can make people jump into the situation that they're about to jump into. Um, Unfortunately, that's another factor, Negro. But I'm gonna go ahead and play this clip real quick.
Look, I know what I'm doing. Follow me.
Take it back. I'm sorry.
I can't believe that Man Ray was under our noses the entire time. No. Do you know how you use them? Dunwitty wants a coon show. So that's what I intend to give him. The show will be so negative, so offensive and racist. Hence, I will prove my point. Which is what? The point being that him, the network, does not want to see Negroes on television unless they are buffoons. They definitely do not want to see dignified black people. No, they proved that by canceling your show, Brown Nose Jones, which was brilliant. Yes. After 13 episodes, they canceled it. Against Seinfeld, they didn't have a chance. I don't know, Pierre. I really don't. It still sounds very risky. You are not getting cold feet on me, are you? No, I'm down with you. Good, because I'm going to need your undying support, ma'am. Have you ever thought about just...
All right, I'm gonna cut this really quick. Um, that's why I wanted to hold my comments on Pierre, so I wouldn't come off kind of just defending him and seeming like I'm on his side. I do want to, like I said, I do want to bring a broader aspect out, and that's why I said certain things that I said. But I do want to highlight again, he's one of the only Negroes that work for the show. Hold on, who is this request? Oh, that's an old request. Um, he created black shows. He created black shows that got canceled for one reason or another. You know what I'm saying? And on top of that, he wants to create a very offensive show. And the point of that is for him to get fired. He doesn't want to work for CNS. And I think I jumped ahead a little bit because I just stopped it. But he's about to explain that he wants to get fired. If he was to quit, he's under contract, he would get sued. And he has, he live in a he got a big mortgage. Let him tell it. Like I said, I'm jumping ahead because he about to explain this right now. But the point of him, the ultimate point of him creating the program that he's about to create is so he could get fired. So we're gonna keep that in mind.
Quitters quit. Besides, I get sued. I have a contract. The only way I get out of that is if I get fired. And that is what I intend to do. What? You've seen my place down at the clock tower. I've got a mortgage. All right, well, I got some work to do. So I will see you later. Okay. And you have a conference call. Don't forget. 2:00. Yes. Yes. Look, I know what I'm doing. Follow me. Hey, so morning, fellas. We're looking for a Mr. De La Point. No one here by that name. De La Pot, De La Point, De La something. And De La Soul's not here either. Step outside. De La Cops. We don't have to see. You know this guy. I'm saying we asked him a question, man. Watch her. I'm going to tell you one thing. You got to break that down. Your back because your jacket on. Please. Hi, guys. Hi. Listen. These are associates of Mr. Delacroix. So you know them? Yes, I do. I know them very well. Come on. You need an escort? Oh, no. I got it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry, Miss Hopkins. Fellas, thanks a lot. No, you're just doing your job. Don't you worry about a thing. Thank you. You guys get me inside.
Hello. Wait a minute. Amos wants to talk to Lucy. All right, Steve. Goodbye, sweet stuff. Boy with the egg-shaped head.
The boy with the egg-shaped head. I
He's
mean,
taking notes.
Will.
Right now he's watching Amos and Andy.
Hello, honey. I hear the devil told me about this.
Enter.
Yeah. Look who I found.
Eureka, I am so happy to see you, Cass.
What's up? You would take offense if we call you Daylight for sure, would you?
Oh, none taken at all, my friend. I have a concept for a television
They
pilot.
got a pile of
Now, there's no
fries and
guarantee that
a
this
few
thing will
hamburgers
ever
on
get
the table.
made,
They eating
but
real
it is
good
an
right now.
opportunity for you two gentlemen to make some cash.
How much?
First things first, my friend, I need to know that we are in sync creatively and that Man Ray is up for this.
Sure. I mean, what I gotta do?
You simply do what it is you do.
And what you do best. Cool. Where do I sign? Oh, where do I sign? What kind of show is this anyway?
Different.
How different? Impactful, cutting edge, and of course, it will incorporate both of your very unique talents.
Yes, yes, and it's a hell of a lot better than tap dancing in the street for pennies. Trust us. I still have to pitch this to my superiors, but either way, we should know something soon.
I mean, it sounds good to me. As long as I get the hoof, we'll be getting some loot. Fine. Good, yo. Because we're trying to get some income coming in.
Yes, money makes the wheels turn, my friend.
What about the meantime in between time? I mean, like.
You're talking in advance. That's done.
Okay.
Now, there is one other slight thing. I would like for you to change your name, if you don't mind.
Change my name to what?
Yes.
To what?
Mantan.
All right. Mantan. It's cool, man. Look, like I told you, as long as I'm huffing and getting some loot, I'm good, man. And one thing, get some new kicks and some new top shoes.
Yes, you could use those. Some new shoes.
Okay, new shoes. Yeah, let me get the whole Hill nigga hookup, huh? Some jeans, Hill nigga jeans. Uh-huh. Okay. Definitely, most def, most def. All right. Okay. Some sweaters. Sweaters, definitely some sweaters, nothing fancy. Mm-hmm. Like some cashmere, some wool, something like that. Something we can cashmere wool. Yeah.
Some underwear.
Underwear.
Toothpaste, toothbrush, deodorant.
Yeah, well, we have deodorant. We might be able to use some more, though. Okay. I think I have this under control. Yes. Okay. No, no.
All right, so y'all could pretty much see what state they were in. Like I said, this is at the point to where they would need to do they were willing to do anything for money. It's just so happened that the money was being offered to them in what he does. Go ahead, Negro.
This is what
Which is an extra incentive.
Yeah, what I want to highlight is this is what they do to some black intellectuals. That tap dancer brother is a genius. He's one of the best tap dancers I think like 3 4 decades. Right? He
Yep.
was cooking and
I mean,
tapping.
I don't not in the tap dancing, but so with that being said, since he been the only face I've seen, I would say ever.
So the point that I wanted to highlight is that because he was not getting fully compensated for his genius, this is what a lot of our intellectuals or our talented and gifted people have been abused and taken advantage of, where their skills or talents are now being weaponized against our community.
Mind you, he probably have no training to be as great as he is. He probably have no training. I'm talking about in the movie sense. He probably has no training and probably has done nothing on the professional level, the amateur level, or anything. He just does it in his spare time with love. Go ahead. I
Yeah,
just want to keep that for movie sake. Go ahead.
no. You're 100,000% right, and this is why it breaks my heart a little bit because I've seen a lot of these intellectual geniuses selling out to a group of people that is going to still leave them to the trash. When you hear stories about like Dr. Frances Quest Wilson, the talented woman that she is, and to her to die penniless the way she did, We don't treat our intellectuals and our talented.
I tell you what, Negro, just to then this is how we're going to keep it short.
Okay,
We're gonna keep things in context. At this point, he don't even know that he's selling out because they didn't bring the black face to him or nothing. So let's hold off because that's gonna be the next clip.
okay,
That's gonna be the next clip at the next. That's what I mean by keeping in context, and that's gonna keep everything short. We got
okay.
a whole movie to go through.
All right, Miss Paris.
Paris, I don't know you. Welcome to Wrestling with Racism. You got something you want to say?
Yeah, hi, good evening. I'll keep it short. I know you guys were saying that the Delacroix was a pseudonym. Yeah, in French, Delacroix means at a crossroads, at a cross. So he's actually a tortured, turmoiled individual who's trying to decide which way he wants to go. That's why Spike used the name Delacroix. And I just want to say very quickly, if you could help refresh, because I was there at the taping. What year was Moesha taped? Does anyone remember? Was
It
that?
might have started in 94,
Yeah,
95.
yeah, one of my family members is an actress, and
I think it's
remember
98.
I remember going out to one of the tapings, and I want to say very quickly that at that time, I couldn't believe every writer on the show was a black woman. So this is very interesting because I feel all this
On
turmoil.
Moesha?
Yes, a Moesha, but also in Hollywood at that point, at that
Mm.
moment in time. I don't know right now, but I feel that yeah, that's something that Spike probably wanted to bring up, and that's all I wanted to say. Thank
I'm
you.
going to look into that, but you're saying black woman specifically, so
Black women specifically. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow. I was telling myself, I was like, wow, this is amazing. Because
I'm
it
going
made
to
me
look
feel good.
into that.
But I
Before
feel,
I do, real quick, because I'm not, I don't know you.
yeah.
What are you? Two things. Have you seen this movie before?
Oh my God, about 20 times. But I live here in New York, about 20 times,
I
a
could
long
tell
time
you from New
ago.
York. What's your ethnicity?
I'm African American, Black American. I'm from South, my family's from South Carolina, but I was born and raised here.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Yeah, yeah, and I've met Spike several times. Been to his
Really,
house. I know, he likes to use metaphor. He likes to use
a lot.
metaphor, figurative all the time. He teaches
But
it in
see,
like
that's why
classes.
I'm glad that you up here. And actually, if you want to join in as we continue through this, then that'll be great, especially since you've seen it and you got a good knowledge on the movie. You may partake in this if you want. Because you brought up something, we were trying to figure out that De La Croix, and that's going with. I'm gonna keep that in context when he said where you get the accent from and the name and all that other different shit. But De La Croix, like you said, is crossroads. I did not know that, and that's exactly what he's in with that. I want to wait till I get to that particular conversation, so we're gonna hold that to the side. I'm glad that you said that. I'm glad that you brought that to light. Um, I wish that would have been explained a little bit more in the movie. To be honest with you, Negro, go ahead.
No, no, that was it. We're gonna keep it kind of short to the time.
Do anybody got anything they want to say about what the anything that we just heard regarding the clip or anything
I see
from us?
owner. I see owner. Want to say something?
Go ahead, Owner.
Oh no, I was just
Owner,
gonna
you are the
touch
co-host
back
of
on
Wrestling with Racism. You run this shit like I do.
I was just gonna touch back on his name. You know, his actual name is Peerless. His first name, Peerless Stockton,
Y'all
in the
keep
movie.
jumping the fucking gun.
I know, but
All right, man.
we gonna
Look,
get there. That's all.
all right, I got you, man. All right, so I'm about to play this clip because this is another important factor, and we're going to introduce another character. This character is played by Most Def. He is um, Jada Pinkett, Sloan. Jada Pinkett, Sloan is played by Jada Pinkett. This is her brother, and mind you, Sloan Jada Pinkett is De La Croix's secretary. Okay, so loyal secretary at that. So we're gonna play this clips to introduce her brother.
And her brother's most deaf too.
Yeah, man, you can't keep doing that. It's not fresh. Nah, I'm serious. It's not cute no more. You keep calling me by the slave name or government. It's just disrespectful, man. You know what? I hope you don't think I'm gonna call you Big Black African. I do hope that. I would expect that you would call me whatever name I chose for myself. I'm not doing that. Mommy and Daddy named you Julius. Don't. It ain't like it's some disrespect to mommy and daddy. It's not a diss. It's about I got a name that I chose for myself. You understand what I'm saying? They named Muhammad Ali Cassius Clay. You don't call him Cassius Clay. It's a diss. Right. You don't call El Haj Malik Shabazz Detroit Red. You don't call him Malcolm Lou. You call him Malcolm X. You show respect. It's the same thing with me, so it's easy. I was born with one name, but I chose for myself my own identity. Big Black Af. Big Black Africa. It's real simple. It ain't like I named myself Fufu. You want me to hook up you and the Mau Mau's? Why would I hook up some black, red, green, flag waving pseudo revolutionary?
Mau Mau is a group that he has, a rap group.
Yeah, it's just red, black, and green. Everybody, white people know what's red, black, and green. So, and secondly,
They're American Negroes, but they're Pan Africans.
talking about some ice and
They
fucking
were pro-black
Cristal
too.
and pushing Bentleys and fucking popping Mo and all that shit, then we would be the fly shit. If we was doing, you like that shit. You like bling blinging. Who are you revolting against? What are you revolting against? What are you talking about in all them songs? And our songs, not my songs? Yeah, that's shit, we talking about fucking revolution. We talking about people getting free to fucking America. USA, KKK, all that shit. This is the shit we revolting against. And people's
This may be
hearts
a
is
conversation
all
that some of y'all
fucked
had
up.
with
People
y'all
are
family
stupid
members.
in their mind. Stop, please stop. Golly day, you sound stupid. You sound retarded. I sound retarded, right? But fucking master, that motherfucker is a fucking millionaire grunting on records. That shit is crazy. If I had some platinum drawers, I'd be the nigga, right? You know what you should just do? You should just introduce me to your whoever. Delacroix. Word him. You should hug us. You should just let me meet him. Why in the world would he write a show about the Mau Mau's? Just tell me that. Shit. You know what I mean? Fucking. Oh man, the fucking monkeys had a show. The Partridge Family. Shut them out. If them motherfuckers can have a show. They had demographics. You don't. The Mau Mau's, I'm telling you, we got an underground following. We can blow shit. It ain't big, but it's some small shit that like y'all could expand on and help blow that shit up. Let me put it to you like this. If I ever decide to do like a Brooklyn public television show, I'll call you. But until then, I am not taking you to my new job where I am on the rise and have you and your crew blow up my spot. How was that blowing up your shit? Y'all are embarrassing. Period. We embarrassed. Y'all ignorant. Y'all ignorant. All right, granted. All right, I got a few niggas in my crew that ain't got problems and, hard black. I mean, niggas ain't perfect. You know what? You're talking a hole in my head. I got stuff to do. Let's wrap it up, man. Let's wrap it up. You saying it's embarrassing. That's like black folks been doing that shit to each other for the last 400 fucking years, man. This shit is like some house nigga shit when you say that shit. Nah, don't. Wait a minute. That ain't what I said. Hold up. That ain't what I said. Julius. No, that ain't what I said. Calling your sister a house nigga? That ain't what I said. That ain't what I said. I don't even know why you trying to go there. Why don't you take your field nigga ass about my house nigga house? You was just waiting for the perfect time to throw me out anyway. All right, Martin. Just let me get some water. Okay, get your water. And then you here. Okay?
Dayla, my man, I'm glad you got your mind right.
Well, it's right. Tight.
All right, let's touch on that for a minute. Thoughts?
She was playing stupid. It was that saying that Francis Quest Wilson that some Negroes or Black American people play stupid with white supremacy. I look at that was the same thing. This brother is telling her about the presental the the threat of white supremacy, and she does not want to confront that. She doesn't want to address that because she doesn't want to lose her comfortable lifestyle. So yeah, she is a house nigga. But can we
Her
keep it
her
a
her
thousand?
her 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 her
But
her, her new comfortable lifestyle.
Yeah.
but I
Now,
I
put yourself in her position right now.
and I kind of want to give the other side to that. Most of his character, his heart is in the right place. He is he coming at it with a righteous intent. But when you do listen to him speak, doesn't sound educated. He's not very articulate in how he's presenting it, and it
And that's
that
not what she wanted. That's not what she wanted to present to her new job, right? Because it's clear to us what he's saying, especially with him saying that he got that underground following, and he does. You know what I'm saying? The
but
key
he talking
is how
about,
do you present that to these people that's not trying to give you the time of the day?
But the
but he
thing
talking
is,
about like straight tearing shit up. He is like she said on some ignorant shit, tearing shit up, shooting people, and like it's not really
And on
constructive.
top of that, and on top of that, and on top of that, he did recognize, he didn't go into detail, but he did recognize that some of the people in this group is not right. So we don't know if they were
They got
inseminated
the white
first.
boy with him. I'm jumping ahead,
Well,
but
we're
they
gonna
got the
get on
white boy
that.
with him.
Hold on, don't move too far, but we're gonna get on that. But he did insinuate that a lot of people was not may not be right. They didn't say whether it was on a legal aspect or what. You know what I'm saying? Are they doing certain things? Because he didn't come off as a criminal. They don't come off as criminals as to whether they robbing people or killing or selling drugs and none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? They mainly come off as a group of people that do music, and the most that they're doing, that you don't even see weed in the scenes. The most they're doing in the scenes is drinking beer, 40 ounces, which we're gonna get on that soon. Go ahead, Negro.
they were smoking a little bit of weed, and but the thing is that I want to highlight was he wasn't there to be articulate. He was there to portray his art and his music, and they didn't want to even hear that. So they shut him down.
Okay, now
Based.
you jumping ahead. You
All right.
jumping
Oh, my
ahead.
bad. My bad. I'll leave that alone. I'll
Because
leave that.
I thought you was gonna say talk about her not giving him the opportunity to even get. He said, listen, all you got to do is just let me meet De La Croix. That's all you got to do. And she said that she not blowing up the spot. We're going to just stay in context, Negro. Stay. All right, we're gonna get there. All right. Paris, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback to what I was saying earlier. Like Spike likes to use a lot of metaphor, figurative, and I feel like right here he's showing you the two sides of a coin. You have two
Hmm.
extremes, right? Of two different sides. You have a black woman here in Hollywood who's writing, or Hollywood, wherever she's in New York right now, but she's writing,
Right, right, right.
and
Yeah.
she's showing her side. And a lot of people, I can understand both sides, definitely. They want to
But to
have,
see that,
they,
that's what I want Negro
I'm sorry.
to understand what I'm doing. I'm bringing all aspects of everybody in here. So I'm bringing up these points so everybody can see everybody's side. All right. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'm gonna
Paris.
make it quick. So, he just wants to show you have this black woman on one side, like you said, she's nouveau riche, or she's newly rich, whatever. She's new to her position. At the same time, we need to have that foot in the door. Then you have the other side, right? He's extreme. So somewhere in the middle, they must meet. But as you know, what happens at the end of the movie. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Right. That's why this is such a great movie because it does just bring out different views. You know what I'm saying? And you just can't sit up here and call everybody anti-Negro just for certain reasons. A lot of people do feel the way that they do, even if they are down for the cause. You get what I'm saying? But like Paris just said, sometimes people feel like they just need that foot through the door. Mind you, she's just a secretary of the only Negro that worked for that big corporation. Um, so I want to play this scene to when De La Croix breaks down the premises of the show to his boss, which is Michael Rappaport. Before I do that, Mike and Chad, did y'all want to say anything? Mike, is you there? Mike, deportation. Chad, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I got some insight, but I want to wait until we go further into the movie. It's basically piggybacking off something that Negro brought up.
Well, if it's in context right now, you got to
It's
do it
not.
now.
It's not.
Okay. Well, yeah. See Chad doing it the right way. God damn it. If I was paying you, man, you'll get a fucking 10-cent raise. All right, so uh,
Shout out to you, Negro. I see.
yeah, I mean, yeah, yeah. All right, so this is him breaking down the premises of this show. which is going to be the basis of the rest of the movie from this point out. Here it go. And also he's going to meet the cast, the main characters.
And allow me to paint a picture.
Okay, I'm all ears and my nose is a close second.
Now, I have been doing a lot of soul searching.
Okay.
And once again, you're right. My previous work has been all surface, superficial.
Yeah, it's a thing of the past.
Yes, I've never really dug deep into my pain as a Negro.
Hey, look, those things, they're hard to look at sometimes.
Yes. And as Mark Twain so fully understood, satire is the way if we are ever to live side by side in peace and harmony.
Right.
So, my show that I'm pitching is about promoting racial healing.
Healing is great. I like this. Give me more. Go on.
Yes.
Go on.
Now, I know you're familiar with minstrel shows.
Yes.
They came about in the 1840s.
Yes.
It was a variety show in which the talent was singing, dancing.
I want to say this. I want to point this out real quick. They are in Michael Rappaport's office. Mind you, he pointed out number 24. He got pictures all over his walls of Muhammad Ali, that famous when he knocked out Sonny Liston, when he's standing over Sonny Liston. He got that iconic moment in the very big picture frame. And right next to it is Mike Tyson headshot with him smiling. And I don't see what's behind him, but pretty much his entire Michael Rappaport's entire office is filled with black
Black sports
moments, great
figure.
moments in black history.
His personal black heroes.
His personal black heroes. But notice it's his heroes and they all black. All right. That just hit me at this second. I didn't notice that, but it just hit me at this very second. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead.
Telling jokes, doing skits, like in Living Color.
Right. That was dope.
They got
Mr.
Michael
Dunwoody,
Jordan
I
back
ask you,
there.
when was the last time there was a great variety show on the air? Carol Burnett?
Cal was bomb.
Hee
Haw was
Fucking clown. These are clowns.
Yo, that's the stupidest shit on TV, yo.
So I say, let's take this form, this very American tradition of entertainment into the 21st century, the new millennium.
Okay. No. What's the name of the show? We need something that we could sell.
Mantan, the new millennium minstrel show.
Tintin, the new millennium. I really like this. You know how I know? I'm getting a boner. Huh? Swanson Johnson is getting hard. You know what I'm saying? I like this. I'm feeling this shit. I like this. I like this. No. Give me more.
It's going to take a lot of courage and backbone on the part of CNS to get this thing on the air.
You don't worry about that. That's my job. You just be the creative genius that you're proving that you are. Okay, now, who we gonna get to
Pay
star
attention
in
to
the
that
show?
part.
Because we need a star to carry the show. I mean, can Whoopi, can she sing and dance anymore? I mean, can she get jiggy?
No. Miss Goldberg is the wrong way to go with this fucker. We want fresh faces. New talent. Young blood.
Young blood.
Sloan.
Reality TV.
Hello,
All of
Sloan.
those reality TV stars were new
Gentlemen,
people,
please.
were regular people who came upon quick success.
How you doing, guys? Are these my two little stars sitting right in front of me? Mantan?
Yeah, that's me. Always wanted to be on TV.
Well, now's your shot, kid.
And that is sleep and eat.
Well, what's the name?
Sleep and eat.
Sleep and motherfucking eat. Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
Mantan, sleep and eat. Two real coons.
Real, keeping
Now,
it real.
I know that this is out there.
I want to say this real quick. This is their first. This is Mankind, and I keep forgetting the Tommy Davidson character name. But
Sleep and
this is
eat.
their first, huh?
Womack.
Sleep and eat.
Womack. Yep. Man Ray. They changed his name to Mantan, but his name was Man Ray. And Womack. This is their first time hearing the concept. At first, when they was I want to set the scene from the previous one that you heard when he talked to Delacroix in the office. First of all, they loaded him with food. He laid out that, hey, we got a show plan for y'all. All you got to do is pretty much dance. You're going to love it. But they did not give them details. This is their first time hearing details on the show. Mind you, he provided them with their necessities. I don't know if he got the lavish things they wanted, the cashmere sweaters and all this other different stuff, but he did at least get them the necessities. And he possibly, they didn't put it in the movie, but he possibly gave them a solid place to sleep until they get were able to make their own money. Go ahead, Negro.
I'm trying to stay on code about this. He brought up Whoopi Goldberg, right? I'm posting up something up in the article. Ted Danson wore blackface intentionally to roast Oprah,
Yep.
not Oprah, Whoopi Goldberg, and that was in the 1980s. So that was Spike Lee taking it.
Whoopi Goldberg got a Asian child, right? She claimed to the Jewish faith. I mean, she's a Jewish woman, and she has always been with white men. I know that she was dating Ted Danson as well as that blackface thing. She was dating him at the time, and I believe she got a white husband or had a white husband. Than that, she's never been with an American Negro. Go ahead, Paris.
Yeah. So here, the Wayans brothers grew up in the Fulton houses on Ninth Avenue, where
Yes.
Whoopi grew up. So I feel like this was an homage to her. That's my opinion. I don't think it was anything more
Well,
than
I
that.
mean, I want to discover what because I'm trying to figure her out. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the people who she was dating and she was fucking, but I'm still trying to figure this woman out.
Yeah,
I do want to say
her
something about.
child is by a black man. Her child just came out to be very fair skinned, but she was between you. Well, this is being recorded, but
Where did I get Asian from?
no, her child is by a black man. This is very. I'm sorry that your space is recorded, but I want to use the term very light skinned. You don't want to say hi, whatever, right? But
Oh shit,
she
they.
was always asking Spike for roles for her daughter at the time, but that's a whole nother story. I don't want to get into it. I like
I'm gonna
Whoopi,
talk to
but
you. I'm gonna talk to you off. I'm gonna talk to you offline if
yeah,
that's
we can
possible. We're
always.
gonna
I'm
talk.
here in New York, and my sister's an actress, and I know a lot of these people. I just feel like, I guess when they're on television, sometimes they're misunderstood. But yeah, they did grow up in the same Fulton houses, and I just feel it was an homage to Whoopi. But I don't know. That's my opinion.
It's two things I want to go before I get with the clip. I'm a DM you when we done, and then we're gonna try to talk. Get in contact to talk personally. I don't like talking publicly about a lot of certain things, but it's one thing I want to do right now at this second. Um, I want to give the Wayans family their flowers. I don't even use that term, give someone their flowers, but I want to give it to them now, today, because they're an American Negro family that has been in Hollywood industry for 5 to maybe 6, 5 decades. Let's just say, if Keenan came out in the late '70s doing what he do, and they don't have a single piece of fucking controversy on them. You can't say nothing negative, or you can't say nothing, no drugs, no jail. And I'm talking about even with the grandkids and possibly the great grandkids. You can't say nothing negative about them. They create their own things, whether people want to call it buffoonish or not. They create it. And when they can't do whatever the fuck they want to do, just like Negro said, just like Negro pointed out, they walk away from it. The key to them walking away from it is they create another thing. They create something new.
And you know what else they
And
create? Other people's career. What's that white guy from Canada? Help me,
yep,
y'all. The comedian.
white Jim
Yeah,
Carrey.
Jim Carrey.
But see,
And J
there's the
Lo
key. They not
and
only
Hey
did they
Ho
create his career, but the Jamie Foxx and people like Jamie Foxx and David Allen
And
Greer
J
got the
Lo
same success as Jim Carrey.
and J Lo
Rosie Perez.
and J Lo.
That's why I'm not mad at the Waynes for jump starting Jim Carrey and J Lo career because at least they still did it for American Negroes. We can't deny. I'm wrestling with racism, so my show is primary wrestling. I give white folk credit where credit is motherfucking due, and I could give Jim Carrey credit. Only thing is, oh man, I don't want to get too deep. There's no difference between Jim Carrey and Tommy Davidson. And Jim Carrey got the money and he got the movies and shit like that. But I'm not gonna get into that now. Tommy Davis has still got his success, but it is, I don't want to get into that because then that would have me talking about Tommy Davis, and I don't want to do that in that instance. But if you know what I'm talking about, then that's what that is. But I think he would have still been in the same standards without that. If you know what I'm talking about. So the thing is though, the Wayans put on legends to where we could talk about these people to this day. And they have the equal success. None of the cast from In Living Color, not just the Wayans family, none of the cast of the Wayans of In Living Color have anything negative on them. And Keenan and people like Robert Townsend, who was his partner at that time, put black people out there. And another movie that I would not mind doing a review about because I seen it about a month ago, and I got so much of a greater respect for that movie than I always had. Baps, Baps, and with Halle Berry and I don't know the sister's name off top, but Robert Townsend down directed that movie. But I got a great respect for that movie,
Thought
and
you was
I'll
gonna
discuss
say
that in the future.
thought you was gonna say
Uh,
Hollywood Shuffle when you brought up Robert Townsend.
Believe it or not, I never seen Hollywood Shuffle.
Oh man, we gotta watch Hollywood Shuffle, bro. We gotta watch that.
I'll go through that. Do
Can I
you
ask
believe
Um,
that that was the basis of this movie too? How much of a factor with the Wayne? What I just said about the Wayans family being able to move on from bullshit and not be harmed as a result. None of the Wayans is dead. None of the Wayans is dead. None of them is, publicly drugs or none of this other different shit. None of them have no controversy shit, no criminal shit on them. None of this other different shit. How do y'all think? How do y'all believe that people like the Wayans and Paul Mooney and got by, and Dick Gregory? But Dick Gregory, actually, I don't want to talk about Dick Gregory right now. That's a whole different thing. He's a different celebrity than any other celebrity out here. He walked that walk. Not just talk that talk. He walked that motherfucker. Literally. But how do you believe that people like the Wayans and were able to do what they do and maintain their dignity and success today?
they married black, majority of them, from what I'm aware of. They
Mm-hmm.
had black children. They had black family.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that that was a core piece to why they're so successful because they kept it black or they
Well,
kept
they
it
did
Negro, if you get what I
everything.
mean.
They did everything that hinders people. They did everything that hinders us, and it worked for us. So that was the point. That's the question that I'm asking. How were they able to marry black and have the success that they have in Hollywood and still be able to live and not have no type of controversy on them? You got to go bigger than marrying black. How are they able to do? How are they able to marry black and still maintain this shit?
I
Go ahead,
think
boycott.
simple. Go ahead.
Well, I can't say I fully can step into Damon Wayne's shoes, but I'm glad that you shared that information. I didn't know that. But just looking at him on the TV, I felt something in his character, and it really resonated with me. And it was so funny, and it was just an escape from all the, oppression and every day to day life ups and downs. And I just enjoyed it so much. And to hear you say that there's nothing negative about their character, it's something inside of you. It just boils down to something inside of you. And when I went into the military, I had a similar rude awakening to being in a unfamiliar environment, and I had to dig deep to stay within myself. And so it's just something inside of you, and depending on what type of environment you are in,
To stay within yourself and maintain your dignity
yeah,
and it don't harm your life,
it takes
and
it's
your
something.
family life.
You hit it on the nail. No one can really explain it. It's just something inside of you that you know that I knew I was in that environment, but I knew who I was. and I didn't break. But they do try to break you. It just depends on what's inside of you. It just
Well,
boils down
again,
to that simple
that's
thing.
why I like to use Michael Jackson as my primary example, though. And Michael Jackson. When you look at Michael Jackson, I'm starting to discover a lot of things that he did for American Negroes specifically. I'm not necessarily sure about the communities, but he always, anytime they show Michael Jackson with black kids, they always show them with Africans. They did. I never really seen them surrounded around American Negro children. But Michael Jackson is a humanitarian around the world, and that's undeniable. The powers that he wanted, do you believe that a man like Michael Jackson, and this is low key what I was kind of alluding to earlier, Negro, do you believe that Michael Jackson stayed in a certain lane? He couldn't just necessarily be pro black for the black people in Gary, Indiana. You know what I'm saying? Uh, how far do you think his career would have went if he had have been outspoken for American Negroes in the early parts of his career, transitioning from the Jacksons to Michael Jackson?
Can I speak?
Yes.
Well, I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you're the same age as me, but if you remember, there was a whole big controversy with MTV,
Hmm.
and they didn't want to show certain videos, and Michael spoke on that shit. Then he came here to New York, to Al Sharpton. He spoke out against CBS, right? He
Yeah.
spoke out against that shit. You can Google it. So
No, I
Michael
know. I
is
know.
definitely a foundational black. He did his.
No,
He did.
that's what I said. I realized that later, and maybe it's because of the gaps of the things that the times that he said it. Because I look at the fact that when he was in that trial in 93, 94, he surrounded himself around the nation. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that Jermaine may have been a part of the nation, but at the same time, he knew when to come back, and I believe that he was always down for the community, but for the and not to mention the world do give Michael Jackson their money. Michael Jackson had to cater to the world in the public. He had to cater to the world as opposed to catering to American Negroes. And Michael Jackson has probably done wonders for American Negroes, specifically in their communities, without us even having to know. Because if you put that out there, he wouldn't be Michael Jackson. What do y'all think about that? If y'all understand it, go
Can
ahead,
I?
Paris.
Oh, yeah. So sometimes you have to go, and this is what I learned meeting these people, in Hollywood and here. Sometimes you have to work within the system to get what you want. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's what I was
Okay.
kind of.
So
That's what I was saying
sometimes,
about Sloan when she
yeah,
was saying that new job thing.
exactly.
Go ahead. All right.
So sometimes you have to work within that system to get what you want. And sometimes you have to do that to catapult our group of people to where they need to be. And it's very hard for some people to understand, but I saw that shit in real time. And if you don't have the temperament for it, you can never do it. But I want to ask you something, please. Can you help me, guys? There was a movie where there was a young black boy. Who can help me? And he was living in California. He was shooting up. He became a movie star overnight. Does anyone remember that? And then in the end, they booted him down, but the show was a success. Does anyone remember that movie?
I don't. I thought you was about to say
Shit,
some real life shit because
I'm gonna try
that
and
sound
Google.
like the
That's
beginning of
something you guys.
Samuel L. Jackson career.
No, this is something you guys to review. And oh shoot, he was part of the gang culture, and then Hollywood found him, and they made him a big star. He was selling
Are
cameos.
you talking about the young man Romeo from Alicia?
Ah, no, I don't think so. I
It's
can't
a
remember
movie
the,
or it's a
this movie.
particular person that you're talking about.
I'm trying to remember the name of the movie. I'm gonna try and Google it. But
So
that's
it
something.
is a movie.
Yes, it is a movie, sir. I'll
Okay.
try and figure it out. But thank you.
All right. Yeah. No. I do want to know because the main thing that you said is that they brought him up and then they brought him down, but they were able to continue.
That's a real story. Look at Crip Mac and China Mac.
Look at fucking Trading Places.
Hell,
Except they won, but that's pretty much what it did.
Girlfriends and friends. They built up girlfriends and they kicked it down to build up friends.
Yeah.
Living
All right.
single and friends.
Let me go ahead and get to this next part. This is when everybody find out, including Sloan. Sloan did not even know. Sloan is Jada Pinkett. She didn't even know uh, De La Croix true plans. So he's telling Sloan for the first time. He's telling his boss, the white man, for the first time, and he telling Man Ray and don't tell me. He telling not Monroe. God damn it. Tell me Davis the character. What is it, owner?
Sleep and eat.
No,
Womack,
no. Huh?
Womack.
Womack. He telling Womack. Bobby Womack. That's why I keep trying to remember the fucking name. He telling Womack and Man Ray the plans for the first time. He telling everybody his plans for the first time. And mind you, he wants to get fired. That's why he came up with this show. He wants to get fired. He came up with it for two reasons. He came up with it to stand outside the box for his company, but he said, enough of this shit. You don't even value my ideas. You don't value nothing that I do. You don't value my plans. You don't value shit. So I want out of it. I can't quit. So I'm going to get fired. And there is no way nobody in their right mind would he believe black or white would accept what I'm about to put out on the table. And this is going to be it right here.
But it is satire.
No, 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 no. Listen, I want you to take it out there. I mean, let's swing for the bleachers on this one, okay?
Every week, we follow the trials and tribulations of Mantan, Sleep and Eat, two real coons, the Dusty Duo.
What are their character traits?
Ignorant, dull-witted, lazy, and unlucky.
Jada Pinkett looked shocked and appalled,
Exactly.
and
Exactly what I'm
Man
looking
Ray
for.
and Womack looked
Mantan
confused.
is the uneducated Negro, but with educated feet.
Right.
Who, by some stroke of unbelievable stupidity, always makes his best laid plans go haywire.
Sleep and Eat is his comical sidekick?
Yes, yes, who sings like Sammy.
She could sing too? This is going to be big. I mean, this could be bigger than Friends, Ally McBeal, even my boys Amos and Andy.
Protests finally got Amos and Andy off of the air, and that could have very well happened to a program like this one.
Let him try. Let him try.
Let him try.
Black folks will be outraged.
So what? We'll just give the NAACP a little donation. I've dealt with those guys before. Big deal, right? I mean, and besides, where I come from, there's no such thing as bad publicity.
This is not about the NAACP, okay? The content of the show,
Right?
it's just politically incorrect.
Who wants to be PC these days anyway? I mean, a couple of minutes ago, singing and dancing, shucking and jiving, a little good fun home entertainment, right?
Yes, exactly.
So listen, let me ask you a question. Who are the other characters? You got other characters developed? Because it can't just be these two, right?
We have three-dimensional characters.
What do you got?
How about Honeycutt, Topsy, Rastas, little nigga Jim, and Sambo? And I would be remiss to not mention Aunt Jemima.
Aunt Jemima's gonna rock the do-rag, right? This is gonna be the crazy shit. We're gonna hit him with the bomb diggity on this one. Now, what's the setting?
Real quick, for those who never seen this movie, and the fact y'all could hear what's going on and not even have a visual, this shit hit. This is some crazy shit. Boycott, you want to say anything real quick before I continue?
No, you go ahead. I'm still trying to take it all in.
Yeah, this is some shit, and that's why I say I urge everyone to check this movie out. I urge everyone to check this movie out as soon as you can. Not just check it out, but promote it. Show it to every Negro, American Negro that you can. This is how America view us, and this is the only way that America wants to view us. Naya, you want to say anything before I continue with the next clip?
Oh no, I just got here. I didn't hear anything. Hello,
I'm sorry,
everyone.
Nia, right? You were
Yeah,
from the
yes.
other day.
Yes.
All right. Welcome.
Hey, Negro.
Real quick, have you ever seen this movie before?
Uh,
Bam- Bamboozled.
no, I'm sorry, no.
All right, so it's gonna be a movie review, and trust me, I urge you to check it out whenever you can. I'll send you a link. That's a good link, and if I urge you to even come out money and buy it, you know what I'm saying? If it can hit Spike Lee directly, I hope. But this is a movie that I believe all of us should see. So I'm gonna continue right here. But welcome.
The projects. No, 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 no. That's your first bad move. That's the problem with everything today. TVs, movies, hip hop, it all takes place in the hood. Yes. And everybody wants to bust a cap in a motherfucker. All right? That's not what we're gonna do here. No gold teeth, none of that shit. Absolutely. Check this out. Mantan's new Millennium Minstrel show is gonna take place on a plantation. No. Yes. Okay, no, check this out. Every week, these two out.
I want to keep it in context right quick. Michael Rappaport, whatever the name of his character is, just heard about this 30 seconds ago. And he already set the location for it. So you can see he's all in, but he even set the location for it. So his creative juices is flowing for this show now. And it's easy for him. It took 30 seconds. Oh shit, I fucked up. This is not one where I could do the 30-second thing. So as soon as I hit a button, it fly. Sorry.
Alabama porch monkeys, they're gonna make us laugh. They're gonna make us cry. They're gonna make us feel good to be Americans. You know what? The Alabama porch monkey plantation shit, that's wrong. Okay, that's right. Let's cut it. That's not. Cut it. Cut it. It should be a watermelon. That's the move. What? I like watermelon. Watermelon's good for you too. Yes. Have you lost your mind? Do you know how much mail we will get?
Exactly, because there will be nothing else like it on television.
Now, let me ask you a question, Manton. How do you feel about performing just a little blackface?
Oh, see. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? It's makeup. It'll lend authenticity.
It's cool, man. Look, I'm black, right? As long as the hoofing is real. Motherfucker, you light-skinned. You gonna listen to what? No, sleeping. They're just keeping it real. Now, check this out.
My name is Wolf.
Can I, what, show me just a little something, something? Can I test out the waters here? This is bizarre. Delacroix, my motherfucker, you dug deep. Yes, you dug deeper than deep, man.
All right, I want to stop it for two reasons. One, if you notice, the besides Sloan, mind you, this is Sloan's first time hearing this. She's heavily against it, even though she knew that these two would be a part of it, and she knew it would be controversial. She didn't know the parameters of it. Also, you notice that you only hear one other male voice, and that's Womack. Womack, Man Ray is very light skinned. Savion Glover, he's light skinned. I don't know if Savion Glover is mixed. If anyone could check real quick to see what his ethnicity is, his listed ethnicity is, see if he's mixed or white or not. But he always had dreads. He's had dreads since I've seen him in the early '90s on the Jerry Lewis telethon. But he's very light skinned as well. But he's a very skilled dancer, very skilled entertainer. But he said nothing throughout this entire thing. Mind you, Womack is his protector. He's the one that looks out for him and allows him to go out there and dance and perform safely. So Womack is at least aware that this is wrong. He know off rip that this is wrong. And Sloan knows off rip that this is wrong, especially with the conversation that she had with her brother. So they know that this is wrong. We're going to see how they progress moving forward with this. Go ahead, Negro.
You know, I'm going to do that lineage check. White father, black mother. White father, black mother.
So he
See,
is
this is why
mixed.
I'm against this biracial stuff, man. I'm
Hmm.
telling you.
You
So
think that's
so
why Spike Lee
now
cast him for that
now
part?
here's the thing. In the movie, they don't say that he's mixed with black or white. So they're leaving you with the illusion that he's just a light skinned black dude. And that is going to come up later. So I'm gonna hold that to the side. I was just checking on the real side his true ethnicity. So
Can
he's
I
mixed
just
with
say,
black.
his father, he didn't know his father. His father left him. So he was raised by
Yeah.
his black mother. So that's all he knew was black culture.
So Negro. With that being said, we talked about that a little bit a couple of days ago. You remember that conversation, right? What's your thought process on that?
I'm
Especially
still
since you see
holding.
that that Savion Glover is pro-black, and with the field that he's in, he's been exceptional. And he's actually brought a lot of American Negroes around. How would you view a mixed man like Savion Glover?
He could still be prone to be influenced by the dominant society, right?
Mhm.
Because because his father is white, he's gonna long. I feel like he's gonna long and try to acquiesce and be supportive of white dudes, even if he's supporting our people because of his love of his mother. There's gonna be is he has a missing hole in his heart. We got to be
Wait a
real
minute.
about this.
Who is what? Who? How is he advancing white civility?
What I mean by event, I say he can be prone to
No, I'm
that.
asking you. No, I'm asking you. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But in that instance, because you even recognize that he may have brought people up, this, that, and the other, how has he advanced white civility? I mean, white folk can't even tap dance right here in 2025. You know what I'm saying? So there's literally no way to advance white folk. I mean, literally, this is the stuff that we need to start thinking about. I asked you the other day for context. How would you view a mixed person who has not indulged in white culture at all? They was raised by that one black parent and may have had two black parents, if they had a step parent. You know what I'm saying? And it was engulfed in black culture and society, and identify and view themselves as a black man, wouldn't even and have the same views that we do as a result. How do you view these people?
I kind of still look at them in the same position. You have Frederick Douglass. He was biracial, right? Even if he never knew it had direct connection with his slave father, or not slave master father
Hmm.
per se, he's still done things that undermined Negroes, and he still longed for white acceptance because that's in his veins. That's where I'm getting at.
Well, how
I'm
do you
looking at it
feel
from a
about
genetic
how do you
perspective.
well wait, I agree on that. And how do you view a man like Malcolm X?
Wait, repeat that again.
I said I agree with you on that. And how do you and I do agree with you on that. I do believe that a lot of uh, things is internal. You know what I'm saying? It's a nature. But how do you view a man like Malcolm X?
Malcolm X again. He because he had a black father and a black mother, he was able to
His
supersede that.
mother is mixed with white. She was raped by her mother was raped by a white man. So she is white and Grenadian because her mother was
Yeah,
Grenadian.
but he had a
So she's
black
not of the lineage at all.
point that I'm getting at. He had a black father, and his black father was a part of the. He was a Garveyite. Can we keep it to historical accuracy here? So he was supporting his people.
Right.
Um, that's the point that
So
I'm
what I'm
getting at
saying
here.
though, what but see, this is what I'm trying to tell you. Savion Glover did the same thing just on the entertainment aspect. That's what I'm telling you.
But the thing is, he's afforded certain liberties that Malcolm X wasn't, and that's what makes Malcolm X
What
much
liberties was he
greater.
support? What
Oh, okay,
liberties?
okay. I don't know if he might have been fighting because he was lighter or because he was lighter. We got to factor in colorism and stuff in the American system of white
No, we got to
supremacy.
factor in the fact that tap dancing is not something that white folk is into right in his throughout his time. So it was easier to elevate Negroes, and he did that instead of trying to force teach white folk to tap dance. You know, you got to look at that aspect. I'm trying to get you to calm down just a little bit. Go ahead, boycott.
Yeah, I heard you ask the question about biracial. It made me go back in my thoughts when I did my family tree. My mother's mother was listed as mulatto, so I really didn't meet her. She died before I was born. I was named after her. So I would guess I would have to say that my mother was birthed from a biracial. I really you know, didn't go that deep into thought until you asked the question to the Negro.
I mean,
And,
but you know what? That caters to what I'm saying. Negro, how would you view boycott at that point?
Did your mother marry a black man, which I assume she did, and then she had you, right?
no, no, I never met my father, so I just know my mother's side, and I found her on the census listed as mulatto, and cross reference it. Well, a couple times she was listed as either black or color, but she was in a household of 30 persons, and she was listed as mulatto. So
Then I
I
have,
guess I have mulatto in me. I don't know, but yeah, uh,
but your father, because you mentioned that you have a high percentage like me of African stock blood, you know.
yeah. I
So
don't.
I'm assuming per se, based off of what you're presenting, that your father is a Negro man, a black man. So your mother probably procreated with a black Negro man. That's what I'm getting at here.
That's possible. That's possible. Like I
So
said,
can you check
I never
into
met.
so can I ask you this? With that being said, are you declaring that if he corrected his situation? Because I've used that. You know, Malcolm mother corrected her situation by having children with with an American Negro man. And then Malcolm further corrected his situation by having children with American Negro woman. He got 6 children with the American Negro woman. They correct they were pro black and they American, and they you know at least tried to correct their situation,
He
as to where you
married
got mixed
right.
people today who would generally go with the whites. But with that being said, you don't know that about Savion Glover right now. Is that where you getting at who they choose to procreate with? Is that where
I'm going. What I'm saying is if they want to correct their situation, my suggestion is they need to have Negro black spouses that are full blooded, man.
But
Like
no,
this is
no,
about blood.
so that's
They
the
HB
argument. Now
4K.
I'm
What
trying to figure out, because I'm trying to figure out is
I'm
that
talking about bloodlines here. I'm talking about bloodlines. I'm talking about genetics. What I'm talking about here on that level, which is where white supremacy has made a conscious effort to not just physically kill our people, but to genetically stomp out our lineage, right?
right,
That's what I'm talking about here. And when I see a black man and a black woman, they procreating and having children, they're strengthening the lineage. They're
right?
strengthening the
But
and
that's
that's what
I
I'm.
get that. I get. Listen. I get that. We talking. I broke it down to Savion Glover right quick, but at the same time, I'm trying to get your ultimate point. If they correct it by continue to procreate with American Negroes, then you wouldn't view them as you just labeled Savion Glover, right? Because I don't know about this guy right now, and I'm still not looking him up right now. But what if he did procreate with an American Negro woman and have American
Nope.
Negro
Her
children?
name is Nia Glover. I'm already looking that up, bro. I don't know if she don't look black to me, homie. I'm just keeping it a full
Well, he
rubber
don't look
band
black
chat.
to you either. We're gonna keep go. Okay, we're gonna bookmark that. We're gonna bookmark that.
Can
But
I
this
can
is
I speak real quick?
yeah.
I had my hand up. Yeah, so basically, he grew up in Newark. His father was not there, and a lot of times we have to look at the the circumstances, because sometimes shit happens. Now, I know one person that he was very close with, and you can Google it, is Gregory Hines. And you're right, the host, I'm trying to see your name here.
HBK.
HBK, he had an affinity with our culture. I'm glad he had a black mother. He had affinity with our culture. I'm glad Gregory Hines, rest in peace, he died. You all know him. That was one of his
Well,
mentors.
see, I want to know if he went with Harold Nichols and stuff too, because
Well,
that's the passing
well,
of the torch.
so what I just want to make this point, and then you can continue. I have a lot of friends that are mixed, and a lot of times, unfortunately, some horrific damn stories. And these white parents have negated them, have treated them like shit, disowned them, et cetera, et cetera. And unfortunately, a lot of these kids, and I say unfortunately because hate is not good, they end up not liking the other side. And they end up just claiming that one side. And that's what I'm assuming here, based on Sylvian Glover's past and whatever, that's what he did. So that's just all I can say to contribute to it.
And so
Can I
this
push
is a
back on that?
discussion. Yeah, you can real quick. This is and then after that I gotta get ready to move on because we are still I'm still under a time constriction and we're not even close to halfway. Real quick, I do want to say that this is a conversation that we are going to have. I am going to make this a separate subject some point within the month. Because we are in continuity, I started it a couple episodes ago, and we're going to keep going with this particular subject because this is a thing that I've been conflicted on. Not saying that Negro is right or wrong, and not saying that I'm right or wrong. This is a discussion that we need to have, and then so we need to have it based off of history too. Negro, just shorten it up real quick. So that means I need to do my research. But what I've noticed is it's generally on the white side. But we're not looking at citizens either. And you are in New York, sister, and that's key. As it is a melting pot. Go ahead, Negro.
Yeah, yeah. Just my thing is that sometimes biracials take up aspects of the culture or they have a certain lane and advantages that other Negro people who are full blooded of the lineage and of the community do not have access to.
That I agree with,
And,
because
and
at
that's
any
the
given
point.
time, Savion Glover could, you know. So that's where I agree.
And
That's
that's where I'm more or less getting at here. Yes, he might be a
at the same
reflection
time,
of.
Malcolm did take Elijah Muhammad's problems to the white man first. He went to Mike Wallace, and
But the thing is,
that's why I say we gotta, if we're gonna do that, we can still gotta give all the same energy, and that's why we're gonna make this a separate subject. We are gonna make this a separate subject. I'm gonna continue right now. Let me play this clip. I got you, Negro. Trust me, I'm there with you, but I'm gonna make sure that we give all accountability. All right. Damn, this shit now playing. I had to sit into. Oh, there it go. That's why I say this website is the shit, but you got.
That's what I'm saying.
Yo,
I'll break
here,
these
take my
joints in
seat.
for you.
Okay, cool. No. How you want it? You want it raw, flash? You want rhythm?
No, no, no. I want it raw dog without a bag, baby. And let me see you do your thing.
Please.
I mean, keep it real.
Wow.
Just keep it real. It bust a move. Hop on up there.
Raw dog without a bag.
Raw dog.
Be careful, man.
This kid is off the hook. This kid is off the hinges, yo.
Yes,
That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about, man. Man, kid. Yo, we're going to get paid. Check this out. I'm about to go run upstairs with this because CNS doesn't have the balls to pull the trigger. Somebody else will. Yo, my beautiful black princess, they look quiet.
Yes.
All right.
Well,
You know what I'm saying?
I think he bought it.
This is some bullshit.
Name of this shit right here. What's that?
All right, so and what's going to end up happening is I am going to end up making this a part two because I do got to get ready to go. I am extending my time to 10 o'clock, from 9:30 to 10 o'clock. Y'all fucking up my New Year's now, but we did have to get this out the way. This was a long time coming for this. It is one thing I neglected to say before I cut it off. One of the main reasons why I cut it off was to bring in the aspect of the mixed people who may not necessarily be in tune with their white side or other side, if it's another ethnic group or whatnot, but more of the American Negro culture. Another reason why I stopped it, but they led into it. When he was saying how proud he was of De La Croix for coming up with such an idea as to where he instantly collaborated on. He brought out other aspects as far as putting it in the watermelon patch, and putting it in instead of a regular street, a ghetto street. That they will put on the TV show or something, put it in a watermelon patch, and bringing up other different names. He's the one that brought up that Sambo name, and he brought up another Connery name, and this is why it's important to know different stuff, and this is why it's different. This is why it's better to know different cultures too, because Paris, I appreciate you. You're the one who brought up the definition of De La Croix's name, and I wonder why did he change his name. That is going to become a question in the movie, and they never explained it, but you who are familiar with someone else's culture explained exactly what it was, and it just made this movie and me have another greater appreciation for Spike Lee. But to have he makes you research this shit. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Negro.
Yeah, I want to draw on another perspective where we talk about tethers, where these are people with foreign names that are melanated people to infiltrate blackness and being a Negro. Was he cosplaying a tether per se to get a job and kind of almost do what they do to get a job, but not to be a Negro? And they find out, hell, we got a Negro, so it's whatever. We got to just roll with the punches with
Who
this.
you talking about?
I'm talking about the French guy name. That's what I'm talking about. He has a
No, he.
tethery.
I believe that he came in there with the intentions of being a writer. But it's funny that the thing the main shows that they talking about that John Brown Jones, and he was taught he already got reprimanded for making middle class Negro sitcoms instead of buffoonery. He made it Cosby Show esque, and they just didn't work. He got reprimanded for that shit. He got reprimanded for that shit. He got told that even though you still got this job, out of all the failed shit you still out of all the failed shit that you produce for us, you still got a job. And not only that, we relying on you to turn our company around. And he's the only one there. He's probably getting paid more than what he thought that he would get paid. And he probably felt like he put in the work for that, for the type of education that he chose to get in his position. Why wouldn't he want to put that foot forward to bust out for that? Especially when he out there on his own. Because let's look at the brother aspect. We're gonna get on the brother aspect right now. This is who he surrounded himself with. Paris, you got anything you want to say before I play this next scene?
Yeah, I'm not gonna stay. I just wanted to. I put something in the jumbotron. I found out. I realized the name of the movie. I realized Isaiah's in it. It's called Dancing in September. Have you guys seen that?
No,
Nope,
you
but
said
I
you put it
heard
in the
about it though.
jumbotron.
Oh my god. Okay, so please watch it because I think I'm gonna rewatch Bamboozled tonight and all that. And then hit me up, guys. I think this is great what you're doing. I love what you're doing. And I want to say God bless all of you. Stay safe and happy new year. It was nice talking to you, brothers.
Happy New Year to you, and I appreciate you. I'll
All
contact
right,
you.
take care, baby. Bye.
All right, be safe. Um, do y'all think she an American Negro?
I think she might be a 50-50, maybe. I don't
I'll
know.
holler at her later. All right, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna move on to this. So I want to stay in context real quick.
Damn, she
Um,
gone? I had one
yeah,
question. It had nothing to do with it. I just want to know if she was fine as the person she used as a thumbnail. That's all I wanted to know.
we're gonna get on that in a minute, man. I my time is getting limited. I ain't even got time to be all gone. Melissa, what's up? Melissa,
No, some of us have actually been questioning that privately. So I'm just kind of watching her. But anyway,
no, listen. I'm not in everybody's spaces all day, and I'm something different. But if you recognize her, from other spaces, at least from the slight, I ain't gotta fuck with her. Just put me up so I ain't got to waste my time.
I,
I mean, she don't talk very often. I mean, she almost never talks in spaces. But lately, some of us have been talking about. We feel like, well, some people feel like she's really just around to disrupt, and that she's really white or maybe Puerto Rican.
It
But
just didn't sit right with me. But so certain things do hit though. This is a subject. Bamboozled is a subject that don't nobody really get into, and even like the Spike Lee type stuff, and it did hit pretty accurate from so I'm gonna kind of check on my own, but I appreciate that because, like I said, I don't like disruption. But just for clarity too, I am strictly independent. My main thing is professional wrestling. I'm wrestling with racism, but it do hit more on the home level than it does wrestling at the same time. So I got a more structured type space. So whether she was a hindrance or not, when it come down to what wrestling or racism got going on, she could stick with shit like this. And if you got great input on this, whether you a troll or not, she just provided great information. I'm cool with that. You get with that trolling shit, not only will I troll your motherfucking ass back, but you won't never be back up here again. You know what I'm saying? That's how I'm good. So I have fun with you. And tonight I ain't got time to have fun. And I think that she peeped that and she came with business. So I'll keep that to the side. I'm gonna still talk with her and all that other different shit. You know what I'm saying?
400.
Yeah.
I'm running a paperwork check on her right now.
Well,
This
listen, hold on,
this
wait, whoa, right? Listen, we're not about to go through that right now.
okay.
This is still recorded, so it's still recorded. Negro, what's up? Real quick, if it got something to do
no,
with
no, no.
that, then
It's dealing with that. We can advance. Keep it going, man.
all
Okay.
right,
But we're
cool.
gonna have to talk about this in the back channel.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, this is a show, goddammit. You listen, and I'm telling everybody this publicly at the same time. This is a fucking show, all right? Damn it. And I'm dealing with some nerdy ass wrestling fans. So they don't know what the fuck we talking about already, all right? So we're gonna stick it with that, and everybody else contact me when it's fucking time, all right? Now, let's go to this next scene because this is gonna translate. All right, and this is important. I do want to stick in context still. Shit, I still want to stick in context. We're looking at a lot of different sides. All right, of life. We're looking at a lot of different people of life. All right, so we got De La Croix side, from his position on what he want to do and how he see things, at least right now. We got Jada Pinkett side. We got the what people would call broke nigga side, homeless nigga side. We got the top executive white guy side. Not even the top executive because he keeps saying he's working for his bosses. I'm about to run this up to my bosses right now. Mind you, we don't see this white man talking to his bosses. At the same time, we know that De La Croix is not talking to his bosses. We don't know if this white guy came up because he did throw input and all this other stuff. We don't know if he taking credit for the entire show or not. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of different factors, but they all sad factors. So let's go to Sloan brother, and this is Sloan brother and his crew. And mind you, this is who he wants to present to CNS, and he's calling his sister a sellout for not allowing them to go. And this is her new job to introduce them to these guys and the sister. So let's check this out. This is another aspect important. Black is black. I like that shit. The name of the album is the Black Album. Right? Black is black on the fucking Black Album. Yo, but for real though, yo, we ain't never conform to none of the white man's rules and regulations. You know what I'm saying? Later for that old slave owner Webster. Word. So I'm saying big black, you know what I mean? I respectably submit, you know what I'm saying? That we from here on, henceforth and whatnot, it's just spelled black.
BLAK, not BLAC. Respectful. That's why you gotta keep the wizards around, man. BLAK, man, black, the opposite of white, man. Yeah. I'm saying, like a member of the African community, you know what I mean? You know, now them great people trying to trick us with their slickery. And slick us with their trickery, yeah. So get the connotations of that, you know what I mean? It's like black. Angry, sullen, depressed, wicked, all blacklisted. Black cat is bad luck. Bad guys wear black. Must have been a white guy that started all that. I want to stop it right there. That was MC Search. That just gave the definition of black. That's what he did. He gave the definition of black. The sister that spoke said that she's very light skinned herself. I don't think that she's mixed. I don't even know her. But you could tell a little difference, I guess. But she said that she wanted to take, not being disrespectful, but she wanted to take the C out of black, and this is why. Same thing when people may try to. This is how certain people view things when they try to break off into FBA, restore Negro, say that they this and that and come up with all these other different variations and shit. American Negroes are still trying to find some identity. That's just my personal thought. African American, this, that, and the other. Everybody just trying to come up with variations of what identity they have when we create every fucking thing. Hey, still, we still not acknowledged. We still view to America as 3/5 of a human being. Um, but the person that broke down the definition of black, the male that you heard speak was MC Search, white man. Um, he's known as 1/16 of a black man in this movie, and that's why he's accepted into the Mau Mau's, which gives him the leeway to say nigga and to have the same views as we have, at least in the aspect of this scene. Mind you, they were all in the studio, a recording studio, drinking Hennessy, and they were drinking a 40 ounce called Bomb. And that's going to be important as we move on in this conversation. I just wanted to say that. But they did represent the Hennessy in there. But they also had these 40 ounces called Bomb. Before I say move on, before I go to Negro, everybody retweet the space real quick. Like I said, I gave myself up to 10 o'clock, so we still got about an hour and 15. Um, so everybody retweet the space right quick because it's starting to get deep. As I'm going through this clip of the movie, I'm starting to feel myself. And this movie is just deep, man. It's deep to the core. Go ahead, Negro. Everybody retweet the space.
Yeah, it just reminds me about Pan Africanism, right? How they accept everybody and anyone as long as they're melanated.
I'm gotta call you on your shit right quick. You
Eh,
said
eh,
that
eh,
he wasn't a Pan Africanist earlier.
oh no, no, what do you mean? Who? No, I'm talking about the character. He,
That's
well,
what I
I'm
said. I was talking about the character. I wasn't.
no, no. He is a Pan Africanist. He talk about red, black, and green. But at the time frame, he was like, you got to keep in the late '90s and the early 2000s. Being red, black, and green means that you were pro-black at one time. That means you're for the advancement of all black people, and that's how some of the black people were operating in the late '90s and early
Mind you,
2000s.
most of these African tethers. I'm not saying the Caribbean tethers, but most of these African tethers weren't here. This movie was made in 2000, and most of these African tethers didn't get here to after the 2000s. I'm not saying that we didn't have Africans. eBay was in motherfucking Good Times, and what's the name was on the Raisin in the Sun and shit. But then those are Raisin in the Sun is another movie that everybody should check out and we should review. I mean, honestly, and there's so many different versions you could watch, but I suggest the original. And for Sean Combs, I suggest y'all watch Diddy version. That was good too. Um, A Raisin in the Sun. But
Diddy's version is wild.
it, it was still good. I liked it. I was 15. I was listening. I was denying sex and watching.
Bruh. Diddy's
I was.
version, you were 15. This conversation is not going well.
Wait a minute. Was I 15? No, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. That shit might have came out in like '04, so I was like 18 or some shit. Hold on. Wait. No, no. Well, hold on. Wait a minute.
You were denied sex at 15,
18. Wait a
HB?
minute. No, wait a minute. Y'all fucking me up. Hold on. Y'all fucking me up. I was born in '88. So if the shit came out in '04, then I was 16. All right. Fuck y'all. Look, I ain't got that much motherfucking time anyway. So fuck y'all and what y'all talking about. Did y'all retweet the motherfucking space? Fuck y'all again if y'all didn't. Do it
I
now.
did it
And
early on. I did it when I first came in.
good. I appreciate that. And Black Native, if you want to come up, if you ever seen Spike Lee, it's Spike Lee joint called damn, she left. She straight up too. You already know what time it is. But everybody retweet the space, and I gotta get ready to move on. Y'all got me lost in all the other shit and what I was talking about. I got my little party started now. Um, y'all got anything to say before I move on to the next clip? No. See, that's why I stopped it anyway. What do y'all feel about the aspect? So now that y'all know Sloan brother and his crew, how do y'all feel with her new job? How do y'all feel if she had presented them offer it to CNS? Go ahead, Negro.
I think that she could have done it in a roundabout way. Couldn't she could have just said, "Hey, this is not my brother, but I could still put you in for
That's
a
worse than
spot
what
to
the
compete."
fuck. That's what the hell.
No. What I mean is, she could have gave him. They went off and competed anyways. They went off and got a time slot,
Don't
and they
that's why I
present.
wanted to hold off on that. That's what I was trying to avoid. Let me just go ahead and stop since you just said that. That's what I want to try to avoid. What you just said right there because she actually did give him the opportunity to present himself and his group. Let me finish.
Yeah, they was.
I'm saying I don't even know why they put the C in there to begin with. Yo, they don't fucking pronounce that. Yo, all of y'all niggas. Bow bow.
This is Mantan Moreland.
This is one of his most popular films, The Lucky Ghost. It was from the 1940s.
He was such a clown, a bit of a buffoon, but very funny.
That ain't funny. Oh, what is this? How does he make his eyes do that?
He was gifted. Gentlemen, the show. Our show is satirical. You know what that means? That means we are poking fun of this. Our aim is to destroy these stereotypes.
You know what? I've put together these two portfolios full of.
I want to stop right there. Because like I said, every time that I watch this movie, something new come out. He said he wanted to destroy. He wanted to make fun of it because he wants to destroy these stereotypes. And if y'all look at Wrestling with Racism, and a lot of people look at my shit and see the thumbnail and they get scared away because they see nigger. They see nigger by Dick Gregory, which is I was trying not to move into Dick Gregory, but Dick Gregory is, like I said, one of the celebrities. He's a comedian who not only walked the walk, but he talked. He not only talked the talk, but he walked the walk. He was more of a man that was down for us as opposed to just being an entertainer and a comedian. I just wonder how he skated by, living into his 90s as he did. Um, But the reason that he titled the book Nigger, which came out in 1966 or something like that, and that was his autobiography. And to me, that autobiography is as important as Malcolm X autobiography, the autobiography of Malcolm X. Um, it is. I urge everybody to read it or listen to it. That book been in print the entire time. It's still in print. They never took it out of print. and it's called nigger. And the reason that he called it nigger is because he said that he take that word and deconstruct it. We called ourselves, we at the point now to where we took the R out of it and made it an A and made it ours, to where if a white man was to call us a nigger to our face right now, we might feel a little something, but it's something that we could get over. We took that word and we destructed it by calling ourselves that, or poked fun at that. A lot of black Americans overcome, they feel like they overcome certain things by poking fun at themselves. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I want to have a mental health episode. I don't have time to jump into that, but that did really hit at that time. A lot of people will poke fun at themselves just to deconstruct a notion. And I'll give you a prime example. 8 Mile. That's why that hit for me. 8 Mile. Eminem. Supposedly Detroit. Even though they don't tell you that he grew up on the other side of 8 Mile, which is in the 90s, in the early 2000s. If you cross that motherfucking niggas, Negroes would get killed. They don't tell you that. But that's where Marshall Mathers came from. To where he could call his mama a bitch, a slut, a whore, and tell her that he wants to fucking kill her. This is what Eminem did.
And
And
sexually
he's
assault her.
regarded as the greatest rapper of all time by magazines and shit. You know what I'm saying? His money backed that shit up. Um, so you know, one of the things about the 8 Mile movie is how he ultimately overcame at the end of the movie was talking shit about himself. Yeah, I'm a redneck. Yeah, I'm this. Yeah, I'm that. What the fuck can you say to me now? And the nigga was stuck. He deconstructed his situation and then he was able to move forward. How much of a thought process factor do that helps us and or hinder us? Because at the same time, with us calling each other nigger, nigga, whatever, there's still a meaning behind it. How much of a factor you think do that help or hinder us? Negro, oh, I'm sorry, boycott, you go ahead.
Okay, I don't care too much for the word nigger. I hear folks stating that it was a deconstruct or whatever, but I have abolished that word as much as humanly possible. The same way I have abolished white and black. For each his own, but I think it has a lot to do with the mental damage that we convince ourselves to embrace the word nigger. I just don't operate that way. So I can't relate to it completely, but
Yeah,
it don't make sense to pass that
I'm
term.
doing him. I'm being. I was being disingenuous, but I am going to clip something. I'm gonna send it to you in the DM. I'm gonna send it to you so you get a kind of a greater understanding. Because I was being disingenuous by not giving actual full context, and that's just out of time. But I
Yeah,
do. I
I
am going to
understand.
send you something.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, what you have shared, and that's why I appreciate the space because we do need to unpack this why we use certain words, why we think a certain way, and why we have our different perspectives, so that we can maybe uh, remove a lot of the mental damage that has impacted many of us and not pass it on to the next generation because
Hmm.
it just has to be unpacked. And I just cannot bring myself to use the word nigger. I just can't go there. I can't go there, but I hope we can help our community as a collective unpack it and not pass it to the next generation.
My grandmother restricted us from labeling areas ghettos. She like we couldn't say that word. We couldn't say ghetto in her house. And me and my brother, we used to, we used to. have this little saying, you know, you ghetto, and then we'll say when, and then we'll name, you know, certain situations and shit. She slapped me in the mouth. My grandma ain't never put her hands on me. She threatened the fuck out of me, but she ain't never put her hands on me until that one time she caught us playing, you know, you ghetto. And then on top of that, and I didn't think I said nothing wrong. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, it's like she restricted us from even saying words like lie. You don't say lie, you say fib. You know what I'm saying? There's certain values that's taken out these households, and that went with discipline. And I don't have time to speak on that. So we do need to have a part two. Melissa, then Negro, then we got to go to the next scene.
So I don't use the word myself. I don't like the word at all. But there's this man, Randall Kennedy, who wrote a book with that title. With the word as a title, and tried to justify it in the book. He himself was married to a white woman, so that explains his state of mind. But yeah, I mean, how dare he? And this was in 2002 when he wrote that book.
I believe that was when the audio book came out. I'm gonna double check and I'm gonna double check on that. You may be correct. You may be correct. I may have got my information on the years mixed up. It was it another book that he came out with in the '70s, if that's the case, in the '60s or '70s.
I was working for Barnes and Noble at the time, so the book, came through. I never heard of him before then, so I don't know if he had written any other books. But I know the only people buying that one were white customers.
Yeah, that's another factor. And that goes along with this movie. I'm glad that you brought that up, and we're going to get to that soon. Real quick, Negro. Go ahead, and I'm glad that that's down there. Another scene, the next scene after the next down there. Go ahead, Negro.
Yeah, yeah, I'll be real quick. I noticed how the it was the woman. I think she was like a light skinned woman, whatever, in the Mau Mau that misspelled black. She said spell it BLA minus C and put the K. That kind of rubbed me the wrong way, right? Um, because it was like no different from the N word. We're gonna switch it up to make it endearing for other people, but not to accommodate us as a people. That's how it read to me, and
Do
I was
you
kind of
view it in the sense? Do you view it in the sense of people trying to find other identities, such as African American, and then modern terms, foundational Black American?
um kind of like that. But these are I think that these are things that are more palatable by white society. They have a problem with Negro. Like, can we just keep it 1,000? The same way, at some regards, they have a problem with black just standing it alone. These are
Well,
the
like I
words that
said, the definition, like I said, it was MC Search, the 116th. His name is 116th in the movie, by the way, and he's the only white involved in the Mom House. And by the way, he's 116th black. They didn't say what kind of black either, considering the fact they in New York as well. Um, but um, that's another thing that Spike Lee don't specify. Is Spike Lee a foundational Black American? Is he an American
yes,
Negro
he is. He's an American Negro,
from New
foundational
York,
black
right?
American. Yes, he is.
And I will hope one day he will specify the differences in New York. I think that'll be the most epic movie of all time if Spike Lee. Can somebody tag Spike Lee, please?
And he's from Brooklyn. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Because when I look at Kirkland, I was talking to Isaiah Washington about a month ago, and I told him that I noticed that it was that most of the cast was tethers, and he gave me a tether story about my man's that my man's that played West Indian Urch Del Lindo. He told me that he was even a tether because he was tethering on some bullshit. And so I told him I peeped at the whole movie except for the people down south. That's why I know Spike Lee down because the people was accurate. The people from down south was motherfucking American Negroes. They was some Southern American Negroes. Everybody else was tethers. except for Isaiah Washington, and he the motherfucking that motherfucking fought the white man. Like what the fuck? Let me go ahead, man. Let me go ahead because my audience still don't understand all this shit. So we do got to stay in context right quick. I'm working with a nerdy ass audience, so we still trying to break down delineation to them. But New York and all that is could it be a separate topic? We are going to have a part two for sure as to where we will be able to expand on everything. Deportation, is you there? This nigga be dipping in and out, man. He been putting his hand up and stuff. Owner, you want to say something? No, he good. That's my
What scene
co-host.
you
Don't
just
put the
watched?
fucking sad face up. Owner, what up?
We just watched the scene where they did the black thing, right?
Yeah. No, wait.
Yo,
No, I didn't.
400. I think Deport's still listening.
Yeah, I think he is too. I know he is. The you hold on, Owner. You said the black face or the black what? What you
The
talking about?
BLAK.
Yeah, we on that scene.
Yeah, did they bring up the name of the group?
Mama.
The Mau Mau, the Mau
Mm-hmm.
Mau Rebellion,
Mm-hmm.
the Kenya Emergency, the war between the Kenya Land
That's where I
Freedom
was
Army.
trying to figure out where Negro was saying that he wasn't a Pan Africanist. Nigga, yes, the fuck he is.
No, what I'm meaning at that time frame, he was still, yes, he was still a Pan Africanist, but he was still somewhat delineating because he was talking about black issues in America. When he called his sister a house nigga for the way
This
that she
is
was
what Pan
acting, wait, wait,
Africanist
wait, 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 wait,
fucking.
wait, wait.
This is all Pan Africanist spit is American experiences.
No, no,
Pan
no, no, but
Africans
no.
take 1/16 Negroes.
400.
Oh, that
400.
was the other aspect that I was agreeing to, that was Pan Africanism. But the
Say
point
that
that
again.
I said that was Pan Africanism, that they accept everybody. That was one of my arguments earlier.
I thought you said that he wasn't a Pan
Not
Africanist. I
400. He
thought you
No,
never
said he
said that.
no,
He
was.
never
no,
said that. He when he
no.
Oh, well,
brought
I
up
don't know, nigga. We done got lost in shit. All right,
nah,
go ahead. Finish
400.
saying
What
what you were
happened
saying.
was you brought up that he was a Pan Africanist, and also Negro chimed in and said that he was fighting for his people. So that probably came across and lost in the sauce that he
So
was
is you
not.
saying, so who is his people? Black people around the world or black
No,
people
no,
in
no. He
America?
was fighting for all of sides of black people. You got
So
to
he's
keep in
a
mind.
Pan Africanist.
Wait, wait, wait,
Yes,
wait, 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 wait,
yes.
wait, wait. But HB4K. The thing was, he was fighting for black people here in the United States, but he was an interest of other black things or melanated things from around the world. That's the reason why they had the name the Mau Mau, because he has a relation and ties to
Negro.
Africa. The same reason why
Negro,
he
you
runs. I'm not saying
misunderstand.
that.
Hold on. For context, I got you. At first, I thought you were saying that he wasn't. So we're on the same page now. So we got to move on. Who was saying something? I thought you was against what I said. We on the same page now.
Why
All
would
right,
I be
that's it.
okay? Forget that.
No, I'm saying anybody who was somebody talking owner. Okay, so Mike, for clarity, so I don't have to keep calling on you. Are you? I see you listening. Are you available to speak, or you're not? I just had to double check on that. So I'm about to get ready to move on to the next scene right quick. Um, so the last part was that you got to see who the Mile Miles crew is. Um, no, Nero, you was talking about her taking no owner. You was talking about her taking the C out of black.
No, that was me. That was me. And
Go
I
ahead.
said that I was offended by that because that woman seemed like a tether. So this woman was trying to erase aspects of being black. And that's how I kind of, and then on top of that, they tried to like do it as a form of endearment or whatever. And I took it as like a backwards compliment. That's
But
where I
no,
was
that's what I
getting at,
was.
good
But
brother.
see, that's why I asked you. I thought somebody said something because we already had this discussion. I thought that somebody was talking about
Oh
that
yeah,
afterwards
yeah.
too.
I brought up the Kenya Rebellion, but y'all were talking about the N word.
Yeah,
Y'all
no,
talking
because
about?
I was saying that you was talking about the Kenyan aspect, so which made me go to now I see how it formed that say he was Pan African is this that, and the other. But the key is, I was saying that what if she is an American Negro, but she's one of those ones that's still trying to find her own identity. So they how people could say African American or foundational Black American or this whatever they. What if she was the? What if that's the aspect? What if that's the element that Spike Lee wanted to bring out, because we still got to look at this as a movie. What if that's the element that Spike Lee wanted to bring out? We keep getting personal. That's where I'm fucking up at. We got to make it. We got to look at it as a movie aspect. What if that's the element that fucking Spike Lee wanted to bring out?
It's kind of hard
At the
because you,
same time, this
yeah.
wasn't no black ass woman that was saying this like she's an African, and this wasn't no, you know, like what we could look at as an American Negro. She was kind of highly liked. You know what I'm
And
saying?
the
So
thing is,
what
you
if
look.
that's the aspect that he wanted to bring out, that all these other people notice? Like I said, he had 1/16 MC Search bring out the definition of black. He's the one that brought he's the first white man to say nigga in the mouth. What if that's the aspect that he wanted to bring out? Like, we got all these other ethnic groups in our circle, and they the ones that's bringing out the most anti-black shit. Because,
Let's
like I
talk.
said, Spike Lee didn't specify De La Croix name. I just found out today from another chick.
Well, let's talk about the anti-black stuff. They don't even have a black American woman in the Mau Mau. Like, can we a real
She's the
black
only
woman?
woman.
No, no, she's the only woman, but she's not a full Negro woman that you could tell like that is a Negro woman. That's the point that I'm highlighting here in the anti, I would say, blackness of it when it comes to some of the women in our community with some of these guys here, especially in the
What
music
if
industry.
no? Okay, she. Wait a minute. Hold on, because I don't want to. That's gonna keep us moving too far. She's the only woman. At the same time, we don't know if she's being portrayed as mixed or Negro or what. We just looking
She's
at her skin
culturally
color.
ambiguous.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know if that's what he bringing out. So the details we could hold off for a little bit because we all on the same page, but my audience is not, and I don't want them to get lost right quick. But you know what I'm saying? We still got to look at this at a movie aspect. So we're about to go on to the next scene. I'm saying I don't even know why they put this C in there to begin with. If she could be, look her name up. Look her up. She could be mixed.
This is Mantan Moreland.
This is one of his most popular films, The Lucky Ghost. It was from the 1940s.
He was such a clown, a bit
I
of a
already
buffoon,
showed
but
this part.
very funny.
That ain't funny.
But you know, he just showing minstrel. Back in the day, how black actors, when
Gentlemen,
they finally appeared on
the show.
TV, they bulged their
Our show.
eyes, they shook,
Satirical.
they always
You know
made
what that
sudden
means?
jittery
It means we are
movements and
poking
shit like
fun at
that. They
this.
was never
Our
standing
aim is
still.
to
They never
destroy
looked
these
normal.
stereotypes.
You know what? I've put together these two portfolios full of pictures and articles, everything you need to know about a minstrel show.
Whoa, wait a minute. Oh, hey, we're gonna need a little more money for this. Come on. 10 little niggas? Okay, you get more money. Man, 10. In a chicken soup? Man, 10. Come on, man, 10. Study this material. Study hard, gentlemen. You look great in those hill nigga jeans. Motherfucker crazy. The good Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King did not enjoy seeing his people beaten on the 6 o'clock news. However, white America needed to see that in order to move this country to change. You need to see this show for that exact same reason.
I'm gonna trust you know what you're doing, Pierre.
That's my little lamb. I'd like to begin this meeting by saying that I am a fair person.
Damn, and I really ain't got the fucking time to be doing all this shit. All right, so real quick, what do y'all feel about what he said? We got to make this part quick. What do y'all feel about what he said about America need to see this shit in order to make change? Mind you, his original thought process was to get fired so he wouldn't have to work for that company anymore that he felt like he wasn't appreciated by. His work and his efforts weren't appreciated by. What do y'all feel about him saying that America need to see this shit to make change? Case in point, the NAACP giving press to, them fucking putting water hoses on us and shit. The pictures that we see of us hanging from trees, being broadcast on the news. Um, do y'all think that America needed to see what Negroes already knew? Do y'all think America needed to see Rodney King for police reform?
I do. I
Anybody can
absolutely
answer
do.
because I ain't got that much
I
time.
I feel that it was necessary. Nothing's more powerful than an image. So yes, I agree.
So
I
mind you, this
agree.
is coming from this. This is coming from this Coon de la Croix,
I'm going to say that
which de la Croix means a crossroads.
what I'm saying is that he's talking about using the movie as a mirror and reflecting, hey, this is white society, American society. This is what you're doing, and this is what's going on. That's how I take
I
this.
think he talking about it. I think he talking about it in an entertainment aspect. Like, is this the only way that we could get over in the entertainment industry? Mind you, they not talking. They talking about how we're being presented in entertainment. They're not talking about impacting people's lives in real time. They're talking about entertainment and how black people are being viewed to the
I
world
retract then.
because this is a big company.
I,
This is a
re-
big television station.
I retract my initial statement. I misunderstood because they didn't need to.
No. It's easy to do that because we all over the place, and this is a movie that you never seen. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say I'm gonna send you the link when we done. Or Negro, can you send her the link to this movie?
Let me
Um,
fish it out, and I'll find it real
Because when
quick.
I get finished with this, I'm the hell myself up and all types of shit. We gotta all right. So let's move on to this one because this is very important. This is when he is talking, mind you. He is the only American Negro that they showed that is a writer on the show. And remember, I told y'all that in the initial meeting was amongst all the writers, and all the writers were white. Now De La Croix is the leader of this meeting because he's the showrunner. So he's talking to the creative writers who are all white. Everybody pay attention to this.
This that I had nothing to do with any of you being hired. If I had my druthers, there'd be at least one Negro writer in this room, and that afro does not qualify you, my Jewish friend. Having said that, I would like to open the floor to some of your questions and comments. Look, I agree with you. I think it would be better to have some African American writers, but for whatever reason, they're not here.
Maybe they couldn't find any people with experience, or they wouldn't work for the pay, or they refused to work on the show.
Perhaps they couldn't put their crack pipes down long enough to apply.
Here, I don't know.
Mr. Delacroix, you don't know.
Mr. Delacroix, I don't know, and I don't think anybody here does know. But what I do know is that this is going to be a unique experience. I am a damn good writer, and I am ready to go to work.
Yeah. Thank you for rallying the troops, Peter.
I've always loved the format of Rowan and Martin's laughing.
Or Pygmy Markham, you come to judge. But I think we should look back at those '70s shows, which were groundbreaking. And I'm from Iowa, as you all know. And my first experience of the black people of
Africa is that those shows like the Jeffersons, yeah, you know, and George and Wheezy, you know, come in, better than the Jeffersons. Good times. Kid Dynamite. JJ thing. I think, and Delacroix will agree with me, that the politics of this show have to be right. The show we are doing is a minstrel show, which is blackface, tap dancing, singing, sketches. You're putting white actors in blackface? No, my dear. We're using black actors with blacker faces. Don't you think that people are going to be offended by Yes, that's good. I want them to be offended. I want to wake America up. Yes, even though the material will be somewhat offensive, there is definitely a social message that we should focus. Yes. When writing the material. I think we're going to need some big stars. No. So you see, you're going to have a hard time getting a big star to wear blackface because they become invisible. So, I mean, to ask Denzel to put on blackface is foolish. Now, I know that it may be hard for some of you liberal-minded, good white folks to write such offensive material. Yet, I want you to tap into your white angst. I want you to go back. Tap into your white, whatever the fuck he just said. I want y'all to hear how he's going to get them to tap into their true anger. How white folk tap into their true anger. And when I say this, I want y'all to think, what's the worst thing that ever happened to white folk collectively as a people? And what's the length of time that it happened to those people?
The Great
This is
Depression in the
what make
stock market.
what's the first one?
I said the Great Depression in the stock market is the thing that happened
That's
to a lot.
hand in hand. So the Great Depression, I mean, the stock market led to the Great Depression. So that's the worst thing that ever happened to white folk. And then what? That was less than 10 years.
Yeah, they were hopping out the
All right,
window, killing
cool.
themselves, all that stuff.
Well, I don't think that's the worst thing that ever happened to white folk. Actually, he's about to bring up the worst thing that ever happened to white folk, and this is what's going to make white folk more angry than anything. To the O.J. Simpson verdict. I want you to deal with those emotions. How did you feel? How did you feel when the glove didn't fit? It was ridiculous. Johnny Cochran played the race card. The man is a murderer. Yeah, if it had been a white, the mission was accomplished. Would have been all of these people left the room thinking they would have real input. I was writing this pilot alone with myself. Feeling me. Emotions that were lost after the verdict. I want you to put yourself there. And this is your time to purge all those feelings. But this is a family show, right? Yes, a family show that takes place in a watermelon patch. We're auditioning for a house band for the show. The name of the group. All right, so, yeah, would y'all agree that the O.J. Simpson verdict is the worst thing that ever happened to white folk collectively as a people?
Maybe
I can't
socially.
speak from the experience of the Great Depression. I'm pretty sure white folk were doing themselves and stuff at the time, and just being as foul as they could be. Uh, when they your backs is against the wall, they generally take the anger out on us. But in modern times, like I hear white folk um, disappointment toward the O.J. Simpson verdict more than I hear them speak about 9/11.
Oh, it made me think about something. Let me try to remember something. The end of slavery. Uh, they just could not cope with that. But I would say OJ was right is right up there. But when I got to really digging deep, is what were upset. They privileged and they wanted to feel superior. That they was really shooken when that slavery ended.
I bet they was. I was watching. I was trying to
Well, I'm gonna go back and watch Roots because the Roots is really an American story. It really is, especially Roots the Next Generation, and actually Roots the Next Generation to me is more important than Roots, the original series, because it gives the American experience of the American. You know what I'm saying? All 7 episodes, 7 or 8 episodes, but that's neither here nor there. It's funny how they keep pushing Roots, but they never talk about Roots the Next Generation. But I don't have time for that right now. But that's another thing I think everybody should check out. Um, but oh shit, I lost my damn thought. Boycott, you could trigger me real quick. What did you say real at last?
The end of slavery shipped them to the
Oh,
court.
the point of me bringing up Roots. Yep, thank you. The point of me bringing up Roots is I was trying to find a clip for something else the other day, and I came across this other clip. These people were saying that they were glad that a particular war was over. I guess America, whites, was in war with with Britain, and they were celebrating. The whites came out celebrating all this other stuff, and the slaves was just so happy, and they was like, "Well, why you celebrating this shit?" He was like, "Because these poor whites are not going to focus their attention on us no more." I took that as these poor whites were just so frustrated with their shit they couldn't do nothing but take their frustration out on American Negroes, on the slaves. You know what I'm saying? When white folk are relaxed, then they are more relaxed on American Negroes. White folk right now feel like their backs is up against the wall. They are declining and they know it. They are dying and they know it. Them impotent motherfuckers can't have kids no more and they know it. And they trying to have children with us to strengthen themselves, in case y'all haven't noticed. I came across a video that I always had. I had this for years. And this one particular part just missed me every motherfucking time. Owner, can you find that video that I put up with Malcolm X talking about if white folk don't stop giving all of this, must stop accepting all of these other ethnic groups in America and stop trying to gain allegiances and alliances with with these people and strengthen the American Negroes. If you could put your white strength behind America and mix that in with the strength that American Negroes could provide to America, then we're going to be the strongest country in the world. And instead, they chose to give it to everybody else. Now, white folk ain't even white folk no more. Elijah Muhammad told y'all this shit. He told y'all this shit, and it's happening right the fuck now. Owner, if you know what video I'm talking about, please put that up there because I don't have to. I can't look for that right now. Lead with logic. Go ahead.
Peace, peace. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, first and foremost, peace to the room. Hold on. HBK 400 Wrestling.
I know the HBK.
HBK, the Negro Black and Deportation 2025. Hey, I appreciate y'all allowing me on y'all stage, man. Anytime I get on anybody's stage, I'm grateful and humble, right? Because a, uh, it's not anything entitled. It's a privilege. And peace to the space. I see Melissa. I think that's who brought me up in here. But listen, I think this is a dope topic. I think a lot of people gloss over this film that Spike Lee created. I think it's one of the films that surprisingly people, I don't know, maybe it was the era it was created and it was an illusion that this was like not relevant because it came out, if I remember, it either came out in the late 90s or the early 2000s. I can't remember. But it was hard hitting, it was felt, and it was historical. It was a lot of different things. And if people were watching, it had a lot of symbolism in it that reflected what was going on with UPN. I think UPN was real big at that point, and we had a lot of black shows. I always say that era wasn't like the first era in black like the what when Cosby started it all the way up until like Martin and Will Smith. That I put all of that together. That was an explosion of black media, and we saw different ranges, different colors, different iterations of who we were, right? Some would even argue started with the Jeffersons and and Good Times, but nonetheless, a couple of people that I wanted to point out from this film that got me. The first cat was the one who said ends is a beautiful thing. The one, he was Luther from Set It Off, and he was my man Errol Barnes from Clockers.
Low key, I apologize, and I know that you just got in here, but we actually doing a full review, and what you're about to mention is literally the next clip.
Oh, hey, hey,
No,
listen,
no,
I'm so
no. I appreciate you because a lot of people don't express how important this movie actually is,
it
and
is.
how many different levels, how many different
Yes,
symbolic levels it hits you at.
yes,
I mean, I've seen this movie damn near 10 times, and today I just realized something else about you know what I'm saying.
yeah,
It keep coming at you. So that part is important, but just to not, we are at that point of the movie, so you
yeah,
can join in and be part of the panel as far
for
as
sure.
expressing what you're saying. But if you
Yeah,
want
yeah.
to, if you could speak to anything that happened to that or previous,
Okay.
um, we can
Uh,
move forward.
got you. Let me see. Let me see. So Delacroix. Let me ask you this, HBK. Delacroix ain't seen his pops yet, huh?
Not yet.
Okay. Well, that's. I was gonna speak
That's
on
the
that.
turning tide. So me and you might be on the. I hope we are.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. That was. It's a great
So how
film.
do you feel? How do you feel about De La Croix post pre speaking to his father?
I think he had that awakening. You know what I'm saying? I think we, like you said, we see two different guys, or at least we see him starting to at least kind of understand because he,
It was his nigga wake up call, right?
hey, exactly. Without putting too much out there, I want to say this.
Right, right, right.
His pops, who you all know and love, his pops was was showing people this is what you're gonna have to do when you're not inside of the establishment, right? This is what's necessary, and if we band together, it can be done comfortably. But it's not gonna be. You're not gonna get the endorsements. You're not gonna get the notoriety. You really have to, like you just said, HBK, and that's what Elijah Muhammad was telling us to do. See, you can't cancel me if you don't, if my network don't include your corporation. It's funny, you know what I mean? That's why the freedom fighters that we love, they could be so vocal, they could be so liberated, they could be so free. It's no coincidence that Malcolm and Muhammad Ali were as bad as they were because they wasn't going to nobody's corporation and job on Monday where they had to explain why we're all devils. So yeah, man. I think it's a great film, and I appreciate you. I hope that answered your question in short, but I
No,
think it's dope.
it definitely did. No, this is like I said. That's why I appreciate you and see the thing is like I forgot to ask this question earlier. Like I said, the Wayans family is a family that has maintained in Hollywood without you can't pull no dirt out their ass. You can't say that this motherfucker got a parking ticket or nothing. You know what I'm saying? You can't pull shit out of them. Not to mention they were ones that maintained in Hollywood and were able to walk away from project to project. They walked away from In Living Color. We talking about cultural classics. They walked away from In Living Color to Scary Movie to it was something else they walked away from. So my question was, seeing as Damon Wayans is the main actor, how much of an influence do you think that not we crediting Spike Lee? How much of a factor of an input do you believe to Damon Wayans? Damon Wayans kicked it off for the Wayans. He walked off of Saturday Night Live. Matter of fact, Damon Wayans, oh shit. If y'all not familiar with it, Damon Wayans was on Saturday Night Live. He was just a feature player. But every time he was on there, they had him doing some little side extra bullshit. And one time they had him in a skit, and he said that they was fucking with him all day. It was a cop skit, but they had him going so many different variations. He went on his own and did it in a gay character, and they didn't take kind of that shit, and they fired him right there on the set. He said Lauren Michaels shoot him out right on the set. Did that on purpose to get fired. That's what the fuck De La Croix just did. I just realized that just now. And that's the true story. Damon Wayne said it in many interviews, Breakfast Club, Sway, and any motherfucking motherfucker he told. So, with that being said, that helps out the question even more. How much of a factor do you think that not just Damon Wayans, but the Wayans family had along with Spike Lee in making this movie. Don't leave me out here by myself, because I'll move
Hey,
on.
no,
So
no, no.
this like
Go ahead, brother.
this it's like the deepest movie in Spike Lee catalog.
Man, this is the deepest movie, and everybody that done played in this motherfucking catalog, including the Michael Rappaport. I didn't buy this motherfucker as no goddamn skinhead at a motherfucking college. Let me move on. I know I still got about an hour left. All right.
Can I be really
Um.
brief?
Yeah. I
Again,
gave you all this fucking time.
okay, okay. I'll just be like 2 seconds. Remember, I talked about the intellectual breaking off from the system and doing their own thing. Lead with Logic kind of touched upon some of the things that I'm talking about here, and the reason why I blame a lot of these black intellectuals. The first thing they want to do is get a white man's job instead of building their own, and I'll digress from there.
What if he look around the parameters and don't see that to be possible? How much of it? I'm not talking about him. I'm
Then
just
you
talking
make
about people in those
you
types
make
of
the
positions.
impossible possible. That is your job as an intellectual, to make the impossible possible. You have to set the vision, and you have to see what you want to see in America.
Can you
If
give
you,
examples of people that have done that?
brother, there wasn't a Negro Black Knights Heritage Club, but I created one.
Right.
There wasn't a Black Heritage Lions Club. I created one. So I wanted to see the things that I wanted to see. So I got off my ass and did it, just in
Would
layman's
you
terms.
give King Randall that same credit?
Who's Keenan Randall?
That's the
Keenan.
motherfucker with the school, the possible tether.
Down in Albany, Georgia. He
I'm
did.
not comparing a Negro
No,
Black
I'm saying, would
Americans.
you give him that same credit? Then this is what he openly said. He said it, what you just said verbatim.
I wouldn't give him that credit because he disrespects our community in the process. Like, he
He
condemned.
condemned
Yeah,
Negroes
that's
for
the
that,
point.
right?
That's the point. I'm not talking about kicking the people's back in for doing that. But work with the Negroes that do have that type of vision to make that grow. But what you don't do and you shouldn't do is kick the back end of your community in the process. That's not
That
the look.
right there.
So
That
that's
right
the
there.
point that I'm talking about.
Because
This is
he
the
to what he did, what he used to, what he liked to do is use a lot of Malcolm X talking points without using the parameters of the talking points. But I'm not gonna get on this motherfucker right now. I already got on him last time, and I'm gonna get on him again. But yes, you are 100%. I just wanted to clarify that right quick. Um,
It's the Alabama porch
I'm
monkeys.
gonna do
No
this
problem.
because
Please let us hear some of your funk.
I'm gonna play this scene because the band is just as important as the movie and the act actually. The band is gonna be played by the Roots. They're the ones that's gonna be chosen, and this is when we talk about Sloan actually giving her brother an opportunity to present him in the Mau Mau's to CNS and specifically De La Croix. So this is going to be the presentation that he asked for, the presentation that she was hesitating about, but she still gave it to him. So before I play that, Negro, would you say that she is anti-black for not? I mean, for rejecting him at that time, but giving him the opportunity, knowing how it
no.
was going to turn out?
I'm going to say no to that, but I also want to give you a heads up that deportation, his mic is messed up. So I just wanted to give you a heads up about that. He hit me in the
Okay.
inbox.
Drop down and come back up.
Okay.
Just tell him to leave the space and come back up.
Yeah, I'll shoot him. He might have heard that, but I just wanted to give you a heads up. He sent me an inbox
Yeah.
thing. But now to answer your question is,
No, I
no,
ain't check my shit. That's what it
um,
was.
yeah, yeah. But I want to answer that question though, real quick, because of time constraint. She did what a lot of black people do in society. Like, for example, like my mom, she didn't have the same last name as me per se because she got divorced from my old man. And when I was a Lions Club member, it was some other member that was outside. It wasn't my direct parents that hooked me up. It was people within the organization that did. So that's just some of the things how black people have. it's sad that black people have to do the reach around so that they can help out their family, while white people could directly help out their family, and that's the problem that I see. If you let me use that analogy.
Um, yeah, hold on one second. I'm sending a message. This is why I need a fucking producer. Hold on one second. Keep going.
Yeah, brother, lead with logic. I see your hand.
Yeah, I was just gonna add on to what you were saying about the intellectual, it being his responsibility, or they don't do that. And I was gonna take take you guys or point out something, right? It's nothing new up under the sun. So there's a book by a brother from the south side of Chicago named Sam Greenlee, and it was made into a movie called The Spook Who Sat by the Door. And in the book and in the film, you have this genius, brilliant brother who now goes into I want to say it was the CIA, and he maxes out. He beats all these other qualified applicants, and they end up making him a clerk. They end up making him less than a clerk. And it's cool because he never intended to go far anyhow, right? He only intended to gain knowledge so that he could bring it back to arm and equip his community. And so I think that's a film that you guys might want to, that might
That's
be
the
I
worth
film
have
and
to
the book
actually.
that I read, and that and see, you know what? And this is my first time doing a review on a movie. And I'm running short on time. I got less than an hour left, and we still got a long way to go. So, with that being said, it's a couple of movies that have came up. I think that I might make this a norm in my program at least once a month. The Spook by the Door is as a matter of fact,
I got the
that's
book,
gonna
and
be
on
my
top
very
of
next
that,
one.
if you go to the third slide, I mentioned that the spook that sat at the door with a question mark, because that was some of the things that I was observing here as well. I just didn't go off and say that. I just thought
Well,
that people were gonna read the quotes.
wrestling with racism. So, oh man, so listen, and you know what? And actually, I'm declaring this right now. The spook that's sat next to the door is going to be the next one. And I urge everyone. I'll give everyone a month. Um, I'll give everybody a month if you could check out the book first.
I got the
And
audio book. If anybody, I could probably record it.
oh yes,
I
please.
actually got the physical copy book, I think, in my library.
I have neither, but whatever y'all can do to contribute, or if anybody could check it out on their own, or if they want to purchase it, then it's more preferable to purchase it. Actually, depending on who fucking get the money, but
Yeah,
so
Hey,
go
you
ahead,
can
I
Cuddy. I'm
watch
can
about
it.
to hit you
record
up
it
on
and
Hey,
that.
upload it to
HBK,
the Google Drive, and folks can access it
it's a wonderful
for
book. But I tell you
educational
what,
purpose. So I don't get
yes,
Hmm.
copyright.
Yep, yeah,
right.
no, that's good.
Hey,
What's in this space right now is good.
Hey,
Um,
last I checked, I say this real quick, HBK, if I could, please
mhm,
excuse me, big brother.
you good?
Everybody, it was on YouTube. Sometimes YouTube take clips off. I don't know if y'all know that. Sometimes after a while, clips will be removed.
I think the movie is still on there
Yeah, it
as
is.
a
I was gonna say
whole.
it's still on YouTube. Y'all can
But
watch it
the
tonight.
book is just the book may be
The
more
book
important
is
than the movie
better.
actually.
On
The
the
book
books,
is
wait,
better.
every book, the books are always better because they give you more detail and
Yeah.
context.
Yep. That's why I'm giving everybody a month. Cause everybody can watch the shit this weekend or something. But I'm giving everybody a month. I'm gonna make this a new series. First of all, actually I got co-hosts. What the fuck? Everybody Chad, owner, Mike, y'all agree we should make this a once a month thing to do movie reviews?
Yes.
I don't mind it.
I'm down.
I
All
got
right,
no
cool.
problem
That's
with
what
it.
that is. All
Yes.
right, so that's what that is. We're gonna work that out in due time. But right now we're gonna continue with this. But y'all are down with the spook that sat next to the door is going to be the next review, right? Cool.
Classic.
I got a couple of
Hollywood took
people
it
that
off the
actually I
shelf
got a
for a
couple of
reason.
people that might actually join up on this one. So we're gonna get that together. I'll get more details. Let me get to this. This is the auditioning process for the movie. It's going to show different characters that's going to be brought into the movie. One pivotal character. that in particular that's going to be brought in as well as the band, and it's going to expose the Mau Mau to CNS. All right, it's an audition too, so you're gonna hear multiple bands. I'm gonna give their reactions as they go on a little bit. It is another. It appears to be an American Negro sister, with Damon Wayans and Sloan, and those are the three that's judging these bands. And right now is mixed reactions. Sloan like it. The other sister don't, and she's more chocolate than um, Sloan. Jada Pinkett, y'all know her skin tone, and Damon Wayans, but you could kind of tell she's more like an American hero from at least from the looking the delineate not. But she looked disgusted by it, and Damon Wayans, Peter Delacroix seems to be more trying to, he's more in between. He look more neutral, like he's considering it, but he's just considering it. So I'm gonna give y'all as it's planned. I'm gonna give y'all their reactions.
This was amazing. One small ad in Backstage had Negroes lined up around the block. Were people really this desperate to get work? Apparently so. I be smacking them hoes. I be smacking my hoes. Everyone knows it goes. Kick them to the floor. Step on them hard. Step on them hard. Kick them to the floor. Cause I be smacking my hoes. I be smacking my hoes. I be smacking my hoes. Thank you. Next.
Sloan all in. Everybody else looking at her like, what the fuck wrong with you? She all in.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought August Alsina was on the
Great.
stage.
Please. Great. Fantastic. Thank you. What is your background? I'm an actor. Where I act. I act.
This gonna
What
be
is
a
the last thing I
pivotal
might have
character
seen
right here.
you?
This
I have on my
Honeycutt.
job all the time. Can you give me a little
Honeycutt is the name that Michael
I do all sorts of
Rappaport
kind of
came
things,
up
man.
with, by the
What do
way.
you
So
need
he
me to
may
do?
have brought him to
You know,
this
I do
audition.
Shakespeare shit, like do some Shakespeare. To be or not to be, that's a motherfucking question. That is the motherfucking question. And in Hamlet is this scene, where this brother was, Laertes was asking, the king that he wanted to go to Paris and shit. The king asked his daddy, could he go? And his daddy say, he hath my lord wrung from me by labor and petition. Was there any more to it, or is that what's pretty much? Basically, you said just let that motherfucker go. Right. It's like let him go. Right. I was working on this piece because I was sitting there going, I realized that when I was looking at it, that niggas is a beautiful thing, you know? And, Write that and, you know, so it just came to me, Ways
All
the
three
way
of
you
them is
like to
intrigued right now.
linger. Sitting there home watching Jerry Springer. You black face and a monkey shine. Cut a jig at the same time. Cause niggas is a beautiful thing. 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 Then artists be getting in with that. I'm digging that. I am so digging that. Niggas is a beautiful thing. I got it here. Did it get into a gospel thing, Stand up
If you a nigga, hey, you know that's about keeping it real. You know it's about keeping it real, man.
I'm feeling you.
We already, if you already. Now, about to set shit on. We already, if you already. Now, about to break shit on. We already, if you already. Now, break it down a roll call. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Whole black. Who are you? The baby daddy. Who are you? Double black. Who are you? Who are you? Big black and I just play back and who are we? Now, you, drama side. Wanna roll. Yeah. Play it on down. Woo! Yo, see that mic, right quick. We about to take over the dance. It's been about that freedom, reparation, and apologies. God, original American Odyssey. Guerrilla type tactics for that socialistic fallacy. It's about the devastation of the so-called Darwinistic thought. To keep a brown man down sport. The one to keep on the fetching set. And lucky I ain't red. Big black, the champion in the pound down. I hear the world and all black around down. Barricaded so you can't move around now. Doing this for my clan and the world now. Every 6 feet deep beneath the ground now. Relax down, bow down, make the earth crush in and bow down. 4 lines in the ground down. Take it down.
Needless to say, the Mau Maus did not fit into our plans. As I told Sloan, there's a black sheep in every family. Frightening. It should be. I don't want anything to do with anything black for at least a week. For the love of Mary and Joseph.
Surprised it's totally good out of here.
I will not be held responsible for these revisions. These changes are not the way I want to go with this show. This is an outrage, a sham, a violation, a debacle, a mockery.
Will you just calm down, please? In Finland, well, we got a...
You know, I don't give a good goddamn what they do in Finland, Sweden, Norway, or wherever the hell your young, dumb, blonde white ass is from.
Hey, we just punched it up. We made it funnier.
Funnier to whom and at whose expense? Mr. Dunwitty, when the Negroes run amok and the boycotts commence, I'm going to personally give the Reverend Al Sharpton your home
I
address.
seriously doubt that will ever happen. Didn't I tell you, I know your people better than you. I mean, look at all the brothers on the wall.
Yeah.
And if by some miracle Reverend Al Sharpton shows up at my door, I'll invite him in and we'll have a sit down and discuss it like civil human beings.
Really?
Really. Now, can you not interrupt me while I'm discussing the visual style and tone of the show, please? What were you saying, Juka?
Well, there's that.
Man, he got
Um,
backdoored.
he got backdoored by Norwegian French. What's his name? Juka, who's going to create the overall visual style of the set. So he's going to present to the world the watermelon patch. He sets the style and tone of the show about American Negroes. This is Hollywood. This is why they do studies on us, and this is why they could have the success they have. They know exactly what to put on TV to make it a hit. What are your thoughts on that last scene after the auditions? Nobody have no thoughts on that.
I don't think they have a clue as to what to put on TV about our community and our real lived experience. When I think back to looking at Good Times and all those different shows, Fresh Prince, um, the Jeffersons, it was an imitation. It was uh, a stereotype uh, uh, representation of us. They tried to put us on the screen in the light that they see us, but not in the light that we really are. And so it's always been a fake a fake presentation of the realness of us. And
How accurate would you call a
Well, I
show
mean,
like A
that's
Different World?
no, that's just TV in general. I mean, is Archie Bunker like a real person? Al Bundy?
no, but no,
Yes,
don't wait,
yes,
wait. Let
yes.
me
The
let me
fuck they
land.
are.
Let me land. No, these demons don't do nothing without a purpose. If they hadn't spent billions or trillions of dollars painting that image on the TV, it would not have contributed to our oppression. They don't spend one penny without having a purpose. They hammered it home. That wasn't our real self, but they convinced the world of that image and that stereograph. So no, they didn't fool me not one bit.
Mm-hmm. You hit an important factor because I kind of said this while I was playing because they mentioned the Carol Burnett show and they mentioned Hee Haw, and the Carol Burnett show was nothing but a bunch of fucking clowns. That's where Mama's family came from, and even that show, it was funny as hell, but it was a bunch of fucking clowns. The Married with Children, the Al Bundy and shit, and the Simpsons and Family Guy, all of them is fucking clowns. And as a matter of fact, they're the most degrading clowns. Like as I got older, Family Guy became less and less and less funny to me, knowing that I got my children. And this is why I say on the wrestling aspect, when the Attitude Era was Stone Cold Steve Austin on them cussing and showing titties and all that other different shit, that was cool to me then as a teenager. But now that I got kids, I wouldn't want. Now I understand. I wouldn't want them to see that shit on TV. You know what I'm saying? Um, but the thing is, we could be portrayed as all of these foul ass stereotypes. And white folk openly put they foul ass stereotypes on there. Roseanne, you know what I'm saying? Like you said, all in the family and shit, Archie Bunker. They could look at that shit as pure entertainment. And this man was racist, more racist than anything you could ever think of. These was the stereotype. He brought out the epitome of the stereotypes he had of not just black people, but many different white folk. The Pollock that was living in his motherfucking house. He stayed calling him a Pollock and talking about his fucking culture and shit. Italians. Somebody mistaked him as being the fucking Jew before. Oh, I gotta find that episode. That was a deep ass episode that I can't even explain right now. I would do a review on that one particular episode. But nobody could look at Archie Bunker as fucking trash because when Carol O'Connor died, he was known as a great actor. Mario Martin get a stereotype of a fucking clown, and it lasts with him for a lifetime in white eyes. We could revere these people as our guys. Like I said, like people. There was a meme that was out. Y'all know Bookiem Woodbine. Y'all know who I'm talking
Yep.
about?
Yep.
Bucky Woodbine.
They
Yeah,
had
but
a
people
meme with his
pretend that.
face, and yesterday and said that he done played in over 159 movies and a certain amount of TV shows, and nobody know his name.
Yeah,
Uh,
that's they
but I
pretend.
recognize him as one of the greatest actors of all time because it's not a movie or show that I seen him in that I can't go back and watch again. My classics, Jason Lyric.
Yep, Jason's lyric. That's the first movie I saw with him in it.
That's one of the greatest stories ever told on cinema. Okay, Romeo
Yeah.
and Juliet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that'll never get that credit. As a matter of fact, a lot of people could take Book and Woodbine and be like, "Oh, he always plays some type of nigger or this thief, thug, this whatever the fuck they want to stereotype us as."
Yeah.
And Robert Downey Jr. could never get, he could get away from that and play whatever the fuck you want to, and he's still gonna be revered as whatever the fuck they want to revere him as.
Iron Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Can I touch upon something
So
that
that when Tyler Perry want to step outside himself and play somebody other than Medea, it's not good. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Negro.
yeah, I want to tap onto something right here. Where we got to keep in mind that television is meant to tell you what our position is in society, right? They're
It's the
telling you the
idiot
image.
box.
Yeah, no, it's beyond the idiot box. They're telling you the reality or what their reality is for our people. That's why it's vision. They're telling you what the vision is. If you want to break that down, I'm not no NOI guy, but that's some of their terminologies, which I think that holds true in this matter right here. Um, and what is the message that they're saying about these black people? What is their role and positioning in society? These are the things that are social engineering. This is sociology at its finest. And this is how you get your social engineering of a culture, of behavior, of a group of people. And this is how they dictate the value system of a group of people. That's what I'm highlighting here.
And lately you get these white folk, and I know this is a whole different topic right here, but lately you get these white folk that's pointing fingers to the Jews, and when you look at the names that's in these credits and the people that own these studios and stuff, um, could they have a valid? I know that they got a valid point, but they trying to clear their hands out of it like it's not white supremacy at all. You
If
understand?
I may, uh, uh, I'm gonna let your point finish the point that you're making.
No, that was a question. That was more of a question.
Well, okay, thank you. I don't think maybe we do since we're in this space together. Fully can engulf the power of what it reminds me of the audio book, The Brainwash of the Black Man, or I can't remember how it was titled, but like the Negro Black Knight pointed out, it's all about programming. If you repetitively see something over and over and over again, subconsciously and consciously, it's going to impact you in that way. It may just be your subconscious thinking, or it may be your conscious thinking that you uh, respond to more. So that's what they have done, and that's why I wanted to come back on the microphone with they meltdown. They having a full-fledged meltdown because now they're being looked down on. They sold out their future of their children and grandkids all to keep the Negro at the bottom. And now it's at their doorstep and they don't know how to handle it. But see, we're gonna always survive because when you have been raked through you have a proven track record of being tested. Now they just can't handle this. I predict some of them are going to want to commit suicide. Some have said I listened eavesdrop in one of their spaces and they talk about leaving America. I don't give a darn. But it's a wonderful, it's a priceless time that we're in. It's so powerful, and how we respond to it, I guess it's every person. But for me, I thought I never would have thought I would have lived to see this day. That they got the same medicine. I'm gonna say this last thing. They getting the same medicine that they dished out to us for over 400 years. Thank you
The
kindly.
chickens have come home to roost. I put in the jumbotron, and let me put it in the comment section because in case the space in and y'all not able to, I want y'all to see this. Malcolm. First of all, I give Malcolm credit because I give the Honorable Elijah Muhammad credit because Malcolm always said the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, or the Honorable Elijah Muhammad taught us. So he spoke the words of Elijah Muhammad. Okay, he always credited him for that, so we have to give him credit for that. I put in the jumbotron something that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, just what you just said. It's the chickens that's coming home to roost. White folk brought this shit on themselves when they had an opportunity to correct it, and that's just to live the American dream, treat everyone equally, and they refuse to do that. Matter of fact, they chose to be destructive. I think that it became more of a make America powerful thing. They literally hate American Negroes and they just want to see us extinct. And since that didn't happen, so much shit done flew over their motherfucking heads. And white folks around the world stay on code. These is the motherfuckers that's actually turning on the whites. I've been thinking about it recently. Like, how come these Italians they didn't gain a certain position in America, and these certain people they didn't gain a certain position in America. How come they haven't turned from white folk yet? They bided their time. They bided their time, and it's happening right now. What does that mean for us? That'll be another discussion. That will be. I think it need to be a discussion, but it shouldn't be publicly. I'll say that. Um, Let me move on to this because I do got just a few more minutes. I'm gonna cut it. We're gonna do a part two. I'm not available tomorrow. I'm not available tonight, and I'm not available tomorrow. So we're gonna cut it at the conversation with the father. So we got two more scenes that we have to get through. We're not going to elaborate on this next scene, but we're going to elaborate on the next scene after that. So I'm going to play it through. The reason why I'm playing this is because this is the initial show, and I'm gonna send y'all the link. Negro, you got the link. Negro, Chad, you got the link.
I do have the link for Bamboozle, yeah?
Yes. Can you send it
Yeah.
to who did you boycott today and Melissa in the DMs?
Yeah, I can do that right now.
Okay. Cause when I get finished, I'm still I ain't even got dressed and got ready. I'm my girl on my way. All this other shit. That was supposed to be done at 9. This was
Oh, I
look,
was
this
so
my
caught up
fault
in the
because I could have did the
conversation.
shit
My
on
bad.
Wednesday or something. It's my fault, but you know, I knew it was gonna be like this. I knew it was gonna take all day and shit, but whatever. And I do appreciate everybody for showing up. Did everybody retweet the space? It's no
I
good in
did.
doing
Yep,
it now
I
because
did.
we're gonna be done in about 25 minutes. Um, but I appreciate everybody for showing up, and we are going to do the rest of it. And I will have more time, but I'm going to get in touch with all my co-hosts, and we're gonna try to work out a time frame to either try to do it Wednesday or Thursday. I know I'm not available tomorrow, but as long as all of us are on point to do it Wednesday or Thursday, it's going to be one of them days at a specific time, and we'll be able to have a go as long as we need to. Um, but I appreciate everybody for coming through tonight. I'm gonna get through these last couple of scenes, and then we're gonna cut it. And actually, it's the perfect time to cut it at the next scene because we're going to be talking about a shift. Um, okay, so here it goes. How y'all doing? By the way, that Honeycut, that character that was saying niggas is a beautiful thing, that was reciting Romeo and Juliet. Um, he is kind of like the host of this. This is more like a variety show, and he is the host of it. They are the main players, and he's the host. And that's what made me think about it because Michael Rappaport is the one that came up with the Honeycut name instantly. So that made me think of the character. And Damon Wayans said something throughout uh, the the auditions to where he was talking about. He put a very small ad in the back of a newspaper, and all of these black Negroes came out, and they didn't know that this was such a demand. It's probably a demand because it's not nothing like that going on in New York. For it to be in the odd, I'm pretty sure they asked for an all black cast. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they did flock to, but then again, how much of a detail did they put on what kind of show this was going to be? But then again, everybody who they showed in the auditions was willing to coon and do whatever they needed them to do, with the exception of the Mau Mau's, and they were rejected off rip. Um, so this is the show. I just wanted to keep all that in context right quick. It also made me wonder: did Michael Rappaport already have Honeycutt and the character of Honeycutt already ready? And if y'all wondering who the actor is, I don't have his name off the top of my head, but Spike Lee used him a lot. But this is Luther off of Set It Off. My name is Honey. You can say that. Whenever you see me, I'm gonna give you my greeting. Oh, hey. And you say, ooh.
Excellent, Luca. Just want to wish you good luck. Thank you very much. Do a good show. I always try to do my best. As usual, I did my research. We should blacken up like they did back in the day. Keep the ritual the same. So pour some alcohol on the corks and then light it. Let them burn to a crisp, and when burnt out, mash them to a powder. Add water, mix to a thick paste, and voila, you have your blackface. But please put cocoa butter on your face and hands to protect your skin.
Man Ray is going through the motions, putting it on, and Womack is second guessing putting it on, but he eventually did it. But you can see the eagerness in Man Ray, who is the lighter skinned one, and a reluctance from Womack,
Are the
who
lips.
is darker.
The redder the lipstick, the better. So I suggest fire truck red.
Show time. This here's my best friend, Sleep and Eat. And this here's my best friend, Man Can. And we are two real cool. We left the hustle and bustle of uptown Harlem. The Big Apple, New York, and New York, skyscrapers and everything. To return to our roots. Our Alabama home. That's right. We is countrified. We is showing up Bamas. Take them to Bamas. No more city slickers. The audience is mixed black and white, and all of them are stunned in silence. Cotton and ripe watermelon. Nigga, now don't you get me to sniffing. The setting is a watermelon text. Now why don't you show us some of them there educated feet? Cousins, first, second, third, and distant. Why don't you let Man 10 take you back to a simpler time? A time when men was men? Yeah. And women were women? Yeah. And niggas knew their place. Oh, yeah. Cousins, I want you all to go to your windows. Open them up. Go to your windows and yell out. I'm tired of the drugs. I'm tired of the crack babies born out of wedlock to crackhead aid-infested parents. I'm tired of the inflated welfare rolls while good homes Americans bring less and less of their paycheck home every 2 weeks. That's a long time, too. I'm tired. You're tired. We're all tired of all these so-called Bible thumping, sweet down, sweet low, God fearing, GP, you with me? Modeling professional athletes. You the fine motherfucker, baby. Back that ass up. Cousins, I want you to go to your windows. Yell out. Scream with all the life you can muster up inside your bruised and battered, assaulted bodies. I'm sick and tired of niggas, and I'm not gonna take it anymore. That boy something else. Once he gets to talking, Lord have mercy, he done did it again. Well, let me get him on up now. I got something for him. What's it?
Kind of like a magistrate. Got to do the watermelon patch. Got to do the running man. Got to do the running slave. Now watch this. Doctor don't know nothing about these. Here you go. Yeah. Picking up a big ass watermelon. Come on now. Come on. I'm rubbing the genie's lamp. Waving, he's waving it over his body. Them nigga apples work every goddamn time. Come on, boy. Let's do this here. Boy, you lucky we ain't in the jailhouse. I'll be like Captain Kirk of the Enterprise going into the big black hole. Give me one. Hut one. Hut, man, shit just hut. Here we go now. I'm running to you. So they breaking into the dance scene where they got a bunch of extras tap dancing in. They got a bunch of tap dancers dancing in stereotypical minstrel outfits, such as Aunt Jemima and any other minstrel character that they could come out with. And everybody doing it. The reason why the crowd is clapping, everybody was uneasy watching it, the white and the black. They didn't know how to react. And the only reason that they are clapping is because they are in the studio and they have the applause sign. Um, I'm gonna try to skip through the dance scene. Uh, shows we're gonna be on the air in 3. Yo, De La. Yo, I just got the news from the CNS brass that was at the taping. Yo, they love the pilot. Yo, we're a mid-season replacement. They ordered 12 shows. We're gonna be on the air in 3 weeks. Yo, De La, did you hear what I just said? They didn't even view a rough cut. They just looked at a couple of scenes we quickly put together. They were sweating us, man. But there must be some sort of mistake. The only mistake is I didn't believe in your genius from the get-go, from Jump Street. De La, you are the man, bro. Please, hold a second. I have to take this call. Hello? Fearless? Oh, hi, Mom. Could you hold the line a sec? I have to get rid of this other... Yeah, Mr. Dunwitty. It's my mom. I really have to take this. Oh, your mama? Hey, I want to meet her someday. Tell her about the great news, man. Yo, I'm not like Vanilla Ice. Fearless? Mom? Your daddy called. He wants you to come and see him. All right, so we're about to get ready to wrap it up. This is going to be the very last scene and discussion. After the next scene that I'm going to play, we're going to have a discussion and then I'm going to wrap it up. But this is pretty much the half point. So it kind of works out. Um, but one thing that I want to point out right quick. Michael Rappaport called. De La Croix while he was driving home from the first taping. He was driving home and he was ecstatic. The executives loved it. They wanted, they needed this. And they ordered what, 15 episodes as a mid-season replacement. This was what he wanted to do to get fired, create the most offensive show that he could. Not only did he create that show, but they made changes. Michael Rappaport and that fucking other white guy that they had, that foreign white guy that they made changes to make it even worse. And it went over with the networks like gangbusters. So obviously, this type of buffoonery is what white America wants. So I put in the jumbotron
Negro, do you see these images? Boycott, if you're available, I don't know if Negro available right quick. Do you see these images in the jumbotron?
Let me look right quick.
It's the last one that I put.
I see it.
Yeah, I see a couple of images by Paris. Let's see.
They
Then
look like slave ships.
I see
let
it.
me check it out. I see
Go,
Malcolm X.
no, it's to go all the way to the
I
to
see the
the
ship, the one with the
to the
ships.
left. Those look like slaves. Those are slave ships, but and they got slaves in there. But I don't know if this is from something specific. Was he trying to, give a specific context to a specific story or something? I don't. If y'all know that, just we could do it after the next scene. I'm gonna move on to the next scene. But the reason why I put that up is because between Delacroix talking to Michael Rappaport and him talking to his mother, he was sitting at the computer, and that's what he was looking at. Okay. Delacroix is highly upset at the fact that the network is in favor of this show. But this scene right here is a very pivotal scene to the movie. So I'm gonna play this, and then this is the last scene that I'm gonna play before we get to final discussion. Did anybody have anything they want to say about the show overall? The first show? Okay. Here we go.
Got all this controversy in Hollywood about black films and all this stuff about black folks on the stuff on the TV. And we know we're on the news. We're all over the news. My favorite black show is Cops. You know, we're on that too. And I can't watch all that stuff that
He had a comedy club going to go visit his father, who was played by Paul Moore.
like Quincy Jones. I can't watch all that.
Small rinky dink club, comedy club.
But I have to confess, I love me some Jerry Springer. I love Jerry Springer. Love it. It's the all-American show. Where else can you see three white women fight over a nigger with one tooth? And no job. Who speaks fluent Ebonics. Reggie, how come you got three women? They like dick, Jerry. Jerry, they like dick. Yeah, your mama like dick. I didn't go to the movie. I sold my movie to the studio. I'm really excited about it. Last white man on earth. Don't look for a sequel. We catch it. Starring Diana Ross and Whoopi Goldberg. We beat them for about 5 minutes. Where is it? Where is it? We're talking about everybody white want to be black. White folks want to be black folks. I went to school with white people. Their lips weren't that big. They get stuff in their lips. They take it out their behind. They just do anything to get bigger lips. A black people get killed on the highway. They come out. I'll take it. The lips so big, the little kids look it up. Everybody wants to be black, but nobody want to be black. It confuses me. They all act black, sound black.
Everybody want to be
I
black.
hope they start hanging niggas again. I'm gonna find out who's black. Hey, some street jokes. I love street jokes. You can tell one of yours. I love street jokes. They're the funniest. Ain't they the funniest? Niggas.
Hold on. I look. He just said something. Man, he said, I wish they would start hanging niggas again. So I'm gonna find out who black. In essence, he's saying that these motherfuckers that want to play black, once that rope come out, they don't want to be black no motherfucking more. And this kind of go back to what they were saying. Do America need to show what American Negroes actually go through to the world in order for change to take place? We got a problem with melanated people cosplaying off of us. So take that for what it is. Oh shit.
Escape from the crazy house. That's already scary. And ran to where the nuns lived. There was Sister Mary, Sister Jamie, Mother Teresa. He went in there and had the biggest, thickest, longest penis you ever seen. They was all scared. So Sister Mary wanted to protect Mother Teresa. She grabbed a butcher knife. Teresa, where you want me to start? Mother Teresa said, here, here. Both sides to her, both sides to her mouth.
Earless.
Yeah.
Enjoying.
Good. Good. Looking good, son.
Dandy in that orange ensemble.
Have a seat, son.
You were hilarious.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely hilarious.
Good show. Doc, get my son a drink. Oh, sure thing, baby.
I always enjoy seeing you perform.
Good. Good. I try.
More than try. Succeed.
I hope this all right for you.
It's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, cheers.
Well,
Cheers.
guess I better leave y'all two alone. Right? It's a good show tonight. They're going to give me some sugar.
I love you, baby.
I love you too. So proud of you. Right. You got it. Love it.
That's a good woman. Good woman.
How did you end up here?
I got too much pride. Too much dignity, integrity. I can't do that Hollywood stuff, man. I can't say that stuff they want me to say.
It's got to be something more than that. I mean, reality. I mean, maybe you weren't funny enough.
You must be crazy, man. You hear that audience tonight? They were with me. They were with me, laughing with me. They got me. I'm funny as hell, okay? What you up to?
Trying to get my stuff on the air. Where do you go from here?
South Carolina, another little nigga club.
I mean, in life, where do you go?
In life, I'm happy. Got me a pretty woman. Got a little money in my pocket. Got me some tonic. I'm above ground. I'm ahead of the game. And you know what I always taught you. Every nigga is your entertainer. The question is, what are you gonna do, Peerless? And one more thing. Nigga, where the fuck did you get that accent?
Why do you always use that word nigger so much?
I say nigga 100 times every morning. Keeps my teeth white.
Come on, Junebug.
Yeah.
My father.
We got
I'm not mad at him. Not at all.
On the stock market crash, black money.
Junebug was the reason I had gotten into this business in the first place.
Sometimes it's the darkest day of my life. When they think I blacked out, I don't remember anything.
And I thank him for that. However, it did me no good seeing him in that state. Father was a broken man.
To lose our money, it was the whitest day of my life.
He had been a strong man with conviction, integrity, principles. And look where it had gotten him.
Even the cartoons are racist. Have you noticed that? Why do they treat us like that?
I had to ask myself, did I want to end up where he was?
Laugh and grin.
Hell, emphatically, no.
Broke and the happiest people on the planet.
That was the last time I ever saw Junebug.
Damn shame. Remember, son, always keep them laughing. Keep them laughing.
I'm going to do something a little bit different tonight. Get your brother out.
All right. So that's gonna be the last clip. And then we're gonna have a little discussion on that, and then we're gonna continue. Uh, Possibly no later than Friday if everybody on par with that. We'll keep in touch with that. But this is going to be the turning point in De La Croix thinking. Just to give a little context, Paul Mooney was performing in a very small, and that's his father, very small rinky dink arena. Bar. Um, and they kind of showed him after that conversation. De La Croix and his wife was walking him to the hotel room to the bed because he was drunk. So it made it come off like, he was a man of integrity, he was a man of conviction, so he may have had a prominent spot in Hollywood, possibly maybe the type of position that De La Croix was in. You could tell he came from entertainment, at least from his father side. And when he was saying that, did I want to be like my father? They show his father. They show Paul Mooney on jokes, telling jokes about race, questioning why do white people do this, or or why are cartoons racist and shit like that. So it could be viewed from my audience that know Pecker Tom Ron. You know, looking at Pecker Tom Ron. Look how Pecker Tom Ron look at us. Question that, why is this always a discussion? Why are y'all always talking about race? Why can't you just, live in American society and let America be as it is and all this other different shit? This is, they like what thought process. And that's a lot of people that think the same type of way, depending on what position they in. Ronald is a poor person. Y'all heard him say it himself. He fucking work one day a week, and then the rest of the days of the week it's accounted for as for. Then that's how he receive an SSI check, and he has these anti-black coon views. And y'all seen his shoes. He's in no position to make this type of statement. That's blasphemy, nigga. You suffering under white supremacy more than any fucking body. Um. So, Negro, you there? Anybody got anything they want to say to the conversation with his father, knowing the transition that it's about to take?
Yes, I
The
like to.
father stood on business.
I'll let the person go.
Go ahead, Mike.
Pierre thinks that all this fame is everything, but he's missing the point that his dad's trying to tell him is like, hey, don't sell your soul. And the reason why the dad is happy is because he was able to maintain who he was. He didn't sell his soul. And he's trying to tell Pierre, son, it's not worth it. Like, don't sell your soul for mass appeal. But Pierre,
So
he
one
didn't listen.
one thing it seemed like they haven't seen each other in years, possibly. For the fact that Paul Mooney career made, and they never gave a name. That's why I'm calling him Paul Mooney, but that is his father on the movie. But Paul Mooney never.
The father's name is
For the king
Junebug.
name. Yeah.
Yeah, for Junebug. Yeah, my bad. Junebug. Junebug was constantly on the road, possibly with the comedy career, all while De La Croix was going through his career and in college and shit like that. And they probably just didn't see each other for a few years. I kind of got that when he asked him where the fuck did that accent come from, and maybe even these coon type thoughts. I mean, if your father, if Junebug constantly, stood on business, uh, this may be new actions from you. You asking why do you say nigger so much, and he questioning your accent. You know what I'm saying? Uh, They
Yeah.
probably haven't. They probably lost touch over the last couple of years. And like how he asked them,
Yeah.
"How did you end up here?" Matter of fact, so they probably don't talk for them to even have this type of conversation. Now you wouldn't know how your father ended up there, right? So with that being
Right.
said, he probably viewing it that one, he probably never really got that advice from his father, and two, um, he probably never got that advice from his father, and two, he probably lost some sort of respect from his father, considering the position that he may have been in before, to the position that he is in, the position and condition that he's in now. He's probably disappointed that he fell off like that. Maybe because of pride.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunate. It's always going to be a battle between us on that instance because the father probably looking at it like, nigga, look, at this point, sometimes a motherfucker got to fall on their ass just in case. They got to fall on their ass just to see the point. Um, but, you know, you got to do it before it's too late, right?
Yeah.
You never know when your time going to come.
Yeah.
It's funny, just real quick. Yesterday, I went to work for a little bit, and it was a rumor that was floating around that one of our old coworkers passed away. Um, and I was hurt because that was my man's, and I was calling him, and his phone was going straight to voicemail. And I called him 100 times all morning yesterday. Chad, I told you about this. That shit, it was hurting my heart because I was hearing so many people who didn't know him saying, "Yeah, I heard this and I heard that." Da, 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 da. Like what? You know what I'm saying? And I went over his house. I jetted over his house afterwards, and I knocked on the door. And I don't know his family and none of that shit. I knew where he lived. I've been over there, but I don't know his family to be going over there and being like, woo, 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 woo. And, I just went over to see what was up, and his truck was there. So and there was no other cars there. They said it had passed like the day before. So I'm assuming there'd be people there, but the door was open. So I walked up to the door and I knocked on it, and she was like, "Who is it?" I'm like, yeah, I'm such and such coworker." She was like, just called his name and shit, and he popped right on out. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's two things I could have got out of that. One, you never know when your time gonna come. You know what I'm saying? That could have just been an instant change from a person that I just talked to not too long before that. You know what I'm saying? A week ago. Then again, too, you just can't take everything without knowing these motherfucking facts. Especially when shit just get to popping out. I done heard 7 different stories from 7 motherfuckers that don't know this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And y'all quit coming to me with that shit. That's the shit that made all the shit worse. Y'all just don't know. I was tore up yesterday for a little while. Um, that's neither here nor there. Uh, boycott. I'm sorry. You ready?
Yeah, I guess so. So your friend was alive, right?
Yes. Yep.
Good. Okay. Yeah, but I got the gist of it. Um, so often we be around in our different environments and different things are said and how rumor spreads like wildfire. But getting back to the father and Damon Wayne, the thing that stuck out to me, he said, keep them laughing. And then I think if I understood correctly, which one was saying nigger all the time, the father or Damon Wayne?
The father.
Okay, so and Damon Wayne mentioned something about his father had been broken down, correct?
Yeah, because from at least from what I'm assessing, apparently he was in a better position. His father was playing in the broke. I'm sorry, was playing in the small club, and apparently maybe they didn't say what position he was in, but maybe he was in a better stature than what De La Carte grew up in. You know what I'm saying? And he was wondering how did he, because he asked, "How did you end up here? How did you end up here?" And he kind of belittled the whatever the surroundings that they was in. So I'm assuming that he was in a higher position. Not to mention if De La Croix went to Harvard, they had to pay for that shit somehow. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Okay, trying to take it all in. So his father had a high, maybe had a higher status in his career field, and somehow he ended up a little bit below that status at some point.
That's what
And
it seemed like. In the way that Damon Wayans is kind of putting it, it seemed like it was low key rock bottom.
okay, got it.
But if you
Yeah,
think about it, the character is played by Paul Mooney, and Paul Mooney did kind of go from working in TV with studios and all that to essentially being a road comic.
But he
yeah,
was in a circle though. He was with Red Fox and Richard Pryor, so they was always gonna look out. But when it came down to fending for itself, you right.
yeah. It goes back to, I guess, at the beginning of what you kept pointing out about Damon Wayne family and their status. They never they never sold out, or they never went chose to go beneath whatever standard that they had. And it just comes back full circle there for me. And then I have to think about, for each of us, it's a different experience in this environment. And some of us get beat down. A lot of us get beat down. A lot of us feel that we have to, like JD Picnic. She said, "I got a job. I don't want you know her brother calling her a house nigger." But we can't. I try not to be too judgmental that certain people decide to do certain things to get their foot in the door or to be accepted, whatever the reason may be. We're all wired differently, so I can't think for another person. I can only try to be objective and also take into account the environment that each of us are in at any given time, and it plays a part in your choices and decisions that you make. And but we can if we can unpack it, maybe we can help the next generation, because the condition of the environment that has been placed on us at different decades, it has taken its toll. um I can say now, for the first time, when I was younger, I didn't feel like I had scars. I didn't feel like I had trauma. But now that I'm the age I am now, I feel it more. But I don't have a memory of feeling that way at 20 and 30 and 40 years old. So why wasn't it there? Why didn't I feel the scars and the trauma that I feel now? I may have an alarm going off. But yeah, and I have conversations with myself about it, because I have to tap into myself and know what I'm feeling. So that's what I try to keep in mind when I'm thinking about what choices that other persons are making, like Dave Chappelle, Richard Pryor, all of us in different career fields, whatever career field we choose to go into. And back then, I can't even begin to imagine what they had to go through to get through the door. And some of them did it in whatever way they chose to do it. But how do we do like what the Negro is talking about? Build our own. I guess I have more of that mindset, and maybe that's because I grew up with an entrepreneur mindset to build your own. And
I gotta get ready to go. I do gotta get ready to cut it, and that is important because it seems like out of all generations, after a certain point, that seems to be a cycle of a conversation. And one thing about this movie is you're going to notice it's going to be a cycle as we do part two. And I don't have time to explain it. I'm late and upsetting some people and shit. But I do got to get ready to cut this short. I do want to say one thing real quick, and boycott. I hear you. You hit it on 100% on the nail with what you just said because we're talking about different experiences, and when different experiences come together, it's like a melting pot. And we talking again. Oh, we talking about American Negroes specifically. This melting pot, America puts us all in a position to where they pit us against each other. They just pit us against each other. No matter what we do, no matter what decisions we choose to make, no matter what direction we got to go, it's always going to either be in the way of somebody or it's going to hurt somebody else. That's one of us specifically. And that's seems like a never ending cycle. Um, it's ending, I mean, because these motherfuckers is dying and shit and they not being born. But it's not happening fast enough in me or your lifetime, right? So and that's unfortunate. I do gotta get ready to go. I do. This was not supposed to go this late, and I'm late and all this other different shit. I'm still uh gotta go because I got people waiting outside in the car down there. So do anybody got anything to say real quick?
Happy New Year,
Happy New Year.
everybody.
We'll pick it up at this
Happy New
point
Year.
on Thursday or
Happy
Friday.
New Year.
Happy New Year. It's about to be 2025. Another year. Time fly like a son of a bitch, don't it?
Yeah.
So with that being said, I want everybody to take care of yourself as an individual and take care of one. I'm sorry. We're gonna do this again. I'm gonna stay in touch. We're gonna know when we the fuck we're gonna do this again. For part two, probably gonna be Thursday or something like that. But this program probably not gonna be up to the weekend any motherfucking way. I might put it up Thursday or something if I get a chance. But um, I want everybody to be safe though. And to enjoy yourself for the new year. I ain't got nothing inspirational to say. Everybody have a good fucking night. Um, um, take care of yourself as an individual and take care of one another as family. As our ancestor Frankie Beverly stated plainly, we are one, and that's the way it is. Oh,